Chapter 20 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, The Sunday Hunt. Finn's new friends were distinctly an odd couple. The type to which Wallaby Bill belonged is not a very rare one in Australia. He was one of those men of whom storekeepers and publicans and country folk generally say that they are nobody's enemies but their own. Bill had been a small farmer, a cockatoo at one time, with land of his own. But when he received a cheque for stock or for a crop, it was his wont to leave the farm for days together while he blew in his cheque in the township. After that he would have to buy flour on credit, eat kangaroo flesh and rabbit, even the despised and accursed rabbit, and his stock would have to live upon what they could pick up for themselves in the bush. So an end had come to Bill's farming, naturally. His present life could only be described as nomadic, and it seemed to be the only life he cared for. He was an excellent boundary rider, shrewd, capable, and far-seeing. As such, he could work for weeks, and even occasionally for months at a stretch, utterly alone, save for his dog, and apparently quite content. Then, without apparent reason, and certainly without any kind of warning, he would make tracks for the nearest township, and be seen no more outside its hotel till every penny he could lay hands upon was transferred to the publican's till. Then, if his employer cared to allow him to resume work, he would go back to his boundary riding as contented and efficient as ever. If the employer had so much as a word of criticism for his conduct, Bill would be off into the bush like a wild creature, and that particular boss would see him no more. He never argued, he simply fled. His life was as purely nomadic as that of any Bedouin, and he had not spoken to a woman for years. Outside public-houses he never thought of drinking anything but water and tea, generally tea, of which beverage he consumed several quarts every day of his life. He was a keen hunter, and at his worst had never been known to sell his horse or his dog, both good of their kind, though there had been occasions upon which he had sold everything else he possessed, and then knocked a man down for refusing to purchase the ragged coat he was wearing. This man had reared Jess by hand with the aid of a cracked teapot, and the kangaroo hound bitch knew him better than anyone else did. For her he was the only human being who counted seriously, and it was said that she had come near to killing a certain publican who had attempted to go through Bill's pockets when he was drunk. She accompanied Bill everywhere, and whatever his occupation or condition, was never far from his side. She was a big, strong hound, and her flanks bore many honourable scars attesting to her experience of the marsupial at bay. Bill had probably never been guilty of wilful meanness or cruelty in his life, though upon occasion he could display a certain rough brutality. His normal attitude of mind was one of careless, kindly good humour. From Finn's point of view, he was an extremely good sort of fellow, of a type new and strange to the Wolfhound, one of whom nothing could be predicted with any certainty. 6 months before, Bill's obvious good nature would have been ample passport to Finn's confidence and friendship, but all that had been changed, and everything and everybody strange was now suspect to Finn. The Wolfhound was the first to wake up in the very early morning of the day following that of his arrival at the boundary rider's gunyah. His movement waked Jess, and together they stretched and walked round the camp. Then Finn trotted off towards the denser bush, which lay some hundreds of yards eastward of the camp. Jess ran with him for perhaps a score of yards, and then, determined not to lose sight of her man's abode, she turned and trotted back to camp. This surprised Finn, but did not affect his plans. He noted a warm little ridge some distance ahead, which looked as though it contained rabbit earths. This spot he approached by means of a flanking movement which enabled him to reach it from the rear, moving with the care and delicacy of a great cat. As he peered over the edge of the little ridge, he saw 3 rabbits performing their morning toilet, perhaps a score of paces beyond the bank. He eyed the bunnies with interest for about a minute, and then, having decided that the middle one carried the most flesh, he pursed himself together and leaped. As he landed 10 or a dozen paces from the rabbits, they separated, two flying diagonally for the bank, and the middle one leaping off ahead, meaning to describe a considerable curve before reaching its earth. But Finn was something of an expert in the pursuit of rabbits, and besides being very fleet, had learned to wheel swiftly and to cut off corners. 2 seconds later that rabbit was dead, and holding it firmly between his great jaws, Finn had started off at a leisurely trot for the camp. As Finn arrived beside the gunyah, Bill appeared at its entrance, yawning and stretching his muscular arms. "Hello there, Wolf," he said lazily. "Early bird catches the worm, huh? Good on ye, my son." Finn had stopped dead at sight of the man, and now Jess bounded towards him, full of interest. Finn dropped the rabbit before her, quite prepared to share his breakfast with the kangaroo hound. That had been his intention, in fact, in bringing his kill back to camp. But to his surprise, Jess snatched up the rabbit and wheeled away from him. "Come in here, Jess, come in," growled the man sharply. "Come in here and drop it." Whereupon Jess trotted docilely up to the humpy and laid her stolen prize at Bill's feet. Bill whipped out his sheath knife, and with 1 or 2 deft cuts and tugs skinned the rabbit. The pelt he placed on a log beside the gunyah, and the carcass he cut in half across the backbone. Then he tossed the head half to Jess, and the other, slightly larger portion to Finn. "Fair deuce," he said explanatorily. "Wolf's the biggest, and it was his kill anyway, so he gets the quarters." So the hounds fed, while Bill washed and prepared his own breakfast. Jess ate beside the bark hut, but Finn withdrew to a more respectful distance, and lay down with his portion of the rabbit some 20 yards from the camp. After breakfast the man took a bridle in his hand and set out to find his horse, who carried a bell but was never hobbled. Jess walked sedately 1 yard behind her man's heels. Finn strolled after them at a distance of 15 or 20 yards. Occasionally Jess would turn and trot back to the Wolfhound for a friendly sniff, but while receiving her advances amiably, Finn never responded to her invitations to join her in close attendance upon the man. Once Bill was mounted, Jess seemed satisfied to leave 20 or 30 yards, or even more, between herself and her man, and this being so, the two hounds ran together and shared all their little discoveries and interests. Bill rode a good many miles that day, always beside a wire fence, and occasionally he would stop, dismount, and busy himself in some small repair, where a fence post had sagged down or the wire become twisted or slack. At such times, while Bill was busy, Finn and Jess would cover quite a good deal of ground, always within a half-mile radius of the man, and in these small excursions Finn began to learn a great deal in the way of bushcraft from the wily Jess. Once she snapped at his shoulder suddenly and thrust him aside from a log he was just about to clamber upon. "Where? Where?" said her short bark with unmistakable vehemence. As Finn drew back wonderingly, a short black snake rose between him and the log, hissed angrily at the hounds once, and then darted away round the log's butt end. Jess made some gruff remarks in her throat, which could not well be translated into our tongue, but they sufficed to teach Finn a good deal. He had now seen a death adder, the snake whose bite kills inside of 15 minutes, and so much more apt are the dog kind in some matters than ourselves, that Finn would never again require reminding or instructing about this particular form of danger. Jess had bitten his shoulder pretty hardly, by the way. Finn may or may not have given this particularly deadly reptile a name in his own mind, or Jess may have supplied him with one for it. The point is, he knew it now for a deadly creature. He knew something of the sort of resting places it chooses for itself, and he would never, never forget the knowledge thus acquired, nor the significance it had for him and his like. On the other hand, when a sudden pungent scent and a rustle among the twigs set Finn leaping forward after the strangest-looking beast his eyes had ever seen, Jess joined with him in a good-humoured, rather indifferent manner, and between them they just missed a big goner, as Bill called the iguana, or Gould monitor. This particular iguana had a tail rather more than twice its own length, and the last foot of this paid forfeit in Finn's jaws for the animal's lack of agility. Though when one says lack of agility, it is fair to add that only a very swiftly moving creature could have escaped the two hounds at all, and once it reached a tree trunk, this reptile showed simply wonderful cleverness in climbing, running up 50 feet of ironbark trunk as quickly as it could cover the level ground, and keeping always on the far side of the tree from the dogs, its long, ugly, wedge-shaped head constantly turning from side to side in keen, listening observation. From Jess's contemptuous, half-hearted bark, Finn gathered that this singularly ugly creature was not one of the deadly people, but also, on the other hand, that it was not game worthy of a hound's serious attention. After 4 days of this sort of life, during practically every hour of which Finn was learning bushcraft from Jess, and learning at a great rate for the reason that his intelligence was of a higher order than that of the kangaroo hound, while his hunting instincts came to him from an older and more direct line of inheritance, the Wolfhound began to feel almost as thoroughly at home in the bush as he had felt on his own hunting ground in Sussex. But rather curiously, perhaps, he advanced hardly at all in the intimacy of his relations with Bill. In a sense, outwardly at all events, Bill was more closely allied to Sam and the Professor and to other people of the Southern Cross Circus than to the Master, or to humans Finn had known at all intimately before. The Wolfhound was conscious that the boundary rider was friendly, but on the other hand he had points in common with the circus people, whose doings had burned right into Finn's very soul. And in any case, Finn saw no particular reason for taking further risks where this man was concerned. It was extremely pleasant to lie near the campfire with Jess of a night, and to run with Jess in the bush by day, but nothing would induce Finn to approach the gunyah more nearly, or to allow Bill's hand to come within a yard of him. The possibility, however remote, of confinement, of torture behind iron bars, was something he could not bring himself to trifle with. As for Bill, he seemed content. Finn brought rabbits to the camp every day, with occasional bandicoots, and in the evening sometimes a kangaroo rat. And more than once Bill took these kills from him, through Jess, and boiled them before giving them to the hounds to eat. In this he was doubtless moved by friendly thought for the dog's welfare, since these little creatures, and more especially the rabbits, are often inhabited by parasites of a kind most harmful to dogs. Bill never thought of making any use of the over-plentiful supply of rabbits for the replenishment of his own larder. He regarded rabbits as English people regard rats, and would never have eaten them while any other kind of meat was available. And as Finn found later, the same pronounced distaste for rabbit's flesh holds good, not alone among the menfolk of the country, but with practically all its wild folk also, even the highly carnivorous and fierce native cat paying no heed to bunnies as game. The 5th day of Finn's acquaintance with Bill and Jess was a Sunday, and the boundary rider was a strict observer of the Sabbath. His observation of it might not have particularly commended itself to orthodox Sabbatarians, but such as it was, Bill never departed from it. Directly after breakfast he washed the shirt and vest he had been wearing during the previous week, and hung them out to dry. Then he brought in his horse and trifled with it a while, examining its feet and rubbing its ears, and giving it a few handfuls of bread. Then he took a very early lunch and went off hunting. He had no gun, but he had a formidable sheath knife, his horse, and Jess. And now, in a way, he had Finn as well. He had been wondering all the week about Finn's quality as a hunter, and looking forward to the opportunity of testing the Wolfhound. As for Jess, she knew perfectly well when a Sunday had arrived. For her, Sunday was quite the festival day of the week, and, indeed, by reason of her anticipatory bustle, Finn himself was early given to understand that this was a special day of some kind. On the previous day Bill had paid particular attention to some tracks he had seen on the far side of a gully some 3 or 4 miles from the gunyah, and Jess had shown herself amazingly anxious to make further investigations at the time, until brought sternly to heel by Bill with the suggestion that "You got mixed up in your almanac, old lady. This is Saturday." Now, with a tomahawk stuck in the saddle cleat he had made to hold it, and a stock whip dangling from one hand, the bushman ambled off on his roan-coloured mare in the direction of this same gully. Jess, full of suppressed excitement, circled about the horse's head for some few minutes, till bidden to "Sober up there, Jess," when she fell back and trotted beside Finn, a dozen yards from the horse. Arrived at the gully, Bill reined in to a very slow walk, and peered about him carefully upon the ground. He never walked a yard on his own feet if a horse was available. This was so much a matter of principle with Bill that he had been known to walk and run 3 miles in pursuit of a horse with which to ride across a paddock no more than a quarter of a mile from his original starting place. It was Jess who found what her man was questing, the quite fresh tracks of a kangaroo, and Finn was keenly interested in the discovery. He noted carefully every scratch in the tracks as Jess nosed them, and noted also, as the result of long, strong breaths drawn through his nostrils, the exact scent which hung about them. This scent alone proved the tracks quite fresh. Finn was puzzled by the long scraping marks, which looked far more like the work of some garden tool than of the feet of any animal he knew of. For the time he had forgotten the 15-foot leap of the rock wallaby that he had witnessed on the day after his escape from the circus. The hind foot pressure required to start a heavy animal upon such a leap as that is very considerable, and well calculated to leave evidence of itself in soft ground. In starting away from the gully, Bill rode at a walk, and with extreme care, Jess going in front, and Finn, not as yet so clever in tracking, following up the rear, and taking very careful observations, not alone of the trail, but also of fallen timber and likely places for snakes. They progressed in this way in a curving line for between 2 and 3 miles, when Jess came to a momentary halt and gave one loud bark. Next instant they were all travelling at the gallop for a thick clump of scrub which stood alone in a comparatively clear patch. On the edge of this scrub Finn had a momentary glimpse of their quarry, a big red oldman kangaroo, sitting on his haunches and delicately eating leaves. The kangaroo covered over 20 feet of ground in his first leap, and that with a suddenness which must have strained the tendons of his wonderful hindquarters pretty severely. But by the time the hunters had reached the scrub, the quarry was between 200 and 300 yards distant, travelling at a great rate in fairly open country. Bill had urged his horse to the top of its gallop, and Finn was close behind them. He could have passed them, but was not as yet sufficiently familiar with the man to do so. He felt safer with Bill in full view, and in any case the roan mare was a very fast traveller, and kept as close to Jess's flying feet as was safe. The old man seemed confident of his power to outrun his pursuers, for he made no attempt at dodging, taking a straight-ahead course over ground which left him clearly visible almost all the time. That his confidence in his superior speed was misplaced became quite evident at the end of the first mile, for by that time there was not much more than 100 yards between Jess and himself, in spite of the enormous bounds he took, which made his progress resemble flying. He could take a fallen log in his jump easily enough, but whenever the course rose at all sharply the old man lost ground, his jumps appearing to fall very short then. At the end of the 3rd mile, Jess, who was galloping in greyhound style, was within 20 feet of the kangaroo. Bill and the roan mare were 12 or 15 feet behind her, and Finn, running a little wide of the trail, was abreast of the mare's flanks with a fierce, killing light in his eyes. In that order they entered a steep gully, which, if the old man had been on thoroughly familiar ground, he would have avoided. But as to that, if he had been on familiar ground, he would not have been alone, but the leader of a mob, for which position his commanding size fitted him. Be this as it may, the red old man plunged straight down the steep gully, and then, fearing to attempt the comparatively slow process of mounting the other side, turned at a tangent and bounded along the bottom of the gully. With a gasping bark as of triumph, Jess wheeled after him, and the roan mare, unable to turn quite so swiftly, left Finn to shoot ahead for the first time, perhaps 15 paces behind Jess. But unfortunately for the kangaroo, this was a blind gully, and Jess knew it. 2 minutes later the old man found himself facing a quite precipitous rocky ascent at the gully's end, and so, there being no alternative that he could see, he turned at bay to face his pursuers. Jess was tremendously excited by the 3-mile chase, and it may be that the sound of Finn's powerful strides behind her gave the black hound more than ordinary recklessness. At all events, with practically no perceptible slackening of speed, she flew straight for the old man's throat, and received the cruel stroke of his hind leg fairly upon her chest, being flung backwards fully 5 yards, with blood spouting from her. Now, although Finn had never seen a kangaroo before, and never hunted bigger game than the fox he killed in Sussex, yet he had a full view of poor Jess's terrible reception, and with him, as with all his kind, action follows thought with electrical swiftness. Finn saw in that instant exactly the old man's method of defence. The cow-like kick with a leg strong enough to propel its weighty owner 25 feet in a bound, and armed at its extremity with claws like chisels. Seeing this, and acting upon the hint it conveyed, were a single process with Finn. He swerved sharply from his course, and then leaped with all his strength for the old man's throat from the slightly higher level of the gully's bank. Now, the old man weighed 240 pounds, and measured 9 feet from the tip of his snout to the tip of his long tail. But as against that, he was sitting still, while Finn came at him with the tremendous momentum of a powerful spring from higher ground than that occupied by the kangaroo. And Finn weighed 140 pounds odd, not of fat and loose skin, but of muscle and bone, without a pound of superfluous flesh. He lived almost entirely on meat. The impact of Finn's landing on the old man was terrific, but, be it noted, the kangaroo was not bowled over, though he did sway for a moment on his haunches. But it was a terribly punishing hold upon his neck that Finn's jaws had taken, and Finn's great claws were planted firmly in the old man's side and back. The kangaroo made a desperate effort to free one hind leg sufficiently from Finn's clinging weight to be able to take a raking thrust at the Wolfhound by shaking him sideways, and if he had succeeded in this, the result for Finn would have been very severe. Meantime, however, the whole strength of Finn's muscular neck and jaws was concentrated upon dragging the kangaroo head back, upon breaking his neck, in fact. An old man kangaroo, such as this one, is generally able to give a pretty good account of himself in the face of 4 or 5 hounds, but the hounds he meets are of Jess's type and weight, and not of Finn's sort. However, it was never known exactly whether or not Finn would have succeeded in his task of breaking this old man's neck, for with a suddenness which surprised the Wolfhound into suffering momentary contact with Bill's arm, the boundary rider slipped into the fight, having first picked up the old man's tail so that he could not kick. A kangaroo knows that if he attempts a kick while his very serviceable tail is being held up, he always topples over on his side and is thus made helpless, and then leaned across Finn from behind and slit the marsupial's throat with his sheath knife. Finn growled fiercely as he felt the weight of the man's arm pressed upon his shoulders, and sprang clear at the same moment that the kangaroo toppled over dead, Bill's practised hand having severed its jugular vein. And so the fight ended, without a scratch for Finn, which, seeing that this was his first kangaroo and an old man, and that many an old man has stretched as many as 4 and 5 hounds bleeding on the ground before him in less than as many minutes, must be regarded as a piece of exceptionally good fortune for the Wolfhound. With Jess now matters were far otherwise. The black hound could do no more hunting for some time to come. Finn was already sympathetically licking Jess when Bill turned away from the dead kangaroo. But as the man came forward, Finn retreated, his lips lifted slightly and his hackles rising. He was not quite sure of Bill's intentions, and had been greatly disturbed by the pressure of the boundary rider's arm across his shoulders. It had brought with it an instant flashlit picture of an iron-barred cage and other matters connected therewith. He did not realize that Bill, and not he himself, had killed the old man. However, Bill was not paying any particular heed to Finn just now, though he had greatly admired the Wolfhound's handling of the kangaroo, as showing more strength than any other hound's attack that he had ever seen. With a single blow the kangaroo had practically laid open the whole of one side of Jess's body. The gash his terrible foot had made extended from the front of the breast down the inside of the flank, and it was far from being simply a skin wound. Down the chest it had reached the bone. In the belly it had carved a furrow which suggested the wound of an axe. Bill sighed as he told himself that poor Jess's chances were problematical. An Englishman in Bill's position would almost certainly have put a bullet through the black hound's heart or head if he had had a gun, but Bill had done a good deal of kangaroo hunting in his time, and had seen many and many a hound ripped open, and even then preserved to hunt again. A surgeon would have been vastly interested by Bill's operations now. First he walked along the gully to where he had seen a little water, and, bringing this back in his felt hat, proceeded carefully to cleanse parts of the torn flesh as well as he could. Then he unbuckled a big belt that he wore, and, opening a pouch on it, drew out 2 or 3 needles and some strong white thread. Having threaded one of the needles, he began now, in as matter-of-course a manner as though he were mending a shirt, to stitch up the whole great wound, so as to draw its sides together. During the whole lengthy operation the black hound only moved her head twice, in a faint, undecided manner, and almost as though from an intelligent desire to watch Bill's progress, certainly with no hint of any wish to interfere with it. It was far from being an easy or simple operation, and doubtless Bill's performance of it differed a good deal in detail from what a surgeon would have called the best method, but the thing was done, and done thoroughly. Then Bill filled a pipe and smoked it for a time, while watching the filmy eyes of his hound. Presently he rose and brought more water in his hat. This he held under Jess's muzzle in such a position as to enable her to loll her tongue in it and lap a little. The gratitude which shone in her eyes was very touching and unmistakable. Bill waited for another quarter of an hour, and then he stooped over the black hound and raised her bodily in his arms with great care, and much as a German nurse carries a baby. In this position, and stopping occasionally for short rests, Bill carried Jess the whole way back to the camp, a distance of about 3½ miles. The course taken by the kangaroo had been a curve, which ended rather nearer to the gunyah than it began. Finn followed 20 paces behind the man, with head and tail carried low. He was conscious that Jess was sorely smitten. Arrived at the camp, Bill made a bed of leaves for Jess beside the gunyah, and placed her down upon it very gently, with an old blanket of his own folded round her body in such a way that she could not reach the wound with her mouth. Then he mounted the horse which he had driven before him, and galloped back to the blind gully armed with a small coil of line. When Bill returned with the old man lashed on his horse's back, he found Finn affectionately licking the black hound's muzzle. Jess had not moved an inch. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. 3 Dingoes Went a-Walking. Wallaby Bill showed himself a kind and shrewd nurse where Jess, his one intimate friend, was concerned. He had no milk to give the sorely wounded hound, but the thin broth he made for her that Sunday night formed almost as suitable a food for her, and before leaving her for the night the man was very careful to see that her lacerated body was well covered. For her part, Jess was too weak and ill to be likely to interfere with the wound. Even the slight lifting of her head to lap a little broth seemed to tax her strength to the utmost. All night Finn lay within a couple of yards of the kangaroo hound, and in the morning, soon after dawn, he brought her a fresh-killed rabbit and laid it at her feet. Finn meant well, but Jess did not even lick the kill, and as soon as Bill appeared he looked in a friendly way at Finn, and then removed the rabbit. But he afterwards skinned and boiled it for Finn's own delectation, and at the time he said, "You're a mighty good sort, Wolf, and you can say I said so." After making the black hound as comfortable as he could, Bill rode off for his day's work. He had rigged a good shelter over Jess with the help of a couple of sheets of stringy bark and a few stakes. He gave her a breakfast of broth, and left a dish of water within an inch of her nose, where she could reach it without moving her body. Lastly, as a precaution against the possibility of movement on Jess's part, he stitched the old blanket behind her in such a way as to prevent its leaving her wound exposed. He looked over his shoulder several times after riding away, thinking that Finn would be likely to follow him. But the Wolfhound remained standing some 20 paces from Jess's shelter, and when the man was almost out of sight, stepped forward and lay down within a yard or two of the kangaroo hound. "Queer card, that Wolf," muttered Bill as he rode away, "but he's pretty white, too. Whiter'n some men, I reckon, for all he's so mighty suspicious." In some climates any dog would have succumbed to the injuries Jess had sustained, and even in the beautiful air of the Tynagh, a town-bred dog would probably have gone under. But Jess was of a tough, bush-bred stock. She had lived in the open all her life, and the air she breathed now, in her shelter beside the gunyah, was aromatic with the scent of that useful antiseptic which in every part of the world has done good service in the prevention of fever, eucalyptus. Blue gum, red gum, grey gum, stringy bark, iron bark, and black butt, the trees which surrounded Jess for 50 miles on every side, were practically all of the eucalyptus family. Insects bothered her a good deal, it is true, but Finn did much in the way of warding off their attacks, and the wound itself was well protected. It was an odd and very interesting and pleasant life that Finn led now, his time divided pretty evenly between bearing the wounded kangaroo hound company and foraging on his own account in the bush within a radius of 2 or 3 miles of the gunyah. He found that countryside wonderfully full of different forms of wild life, and wonderfully interesting to a born hunter and carnivorous creature like himself. He did not know then that the country he traversed, all within 4 miles of the camp, was but the fringe of a vastly more interesting tract of bush; and in the meantime the range he did learn to know thoroughly proved sufficiently absorbing and various. 5 miles from Bill's Gunyah, in a direct southerly line, stood the big rambling station homestead where Bill's bachelor employer had lived for many years. He did not live there now, because 6 months before this time he had died, and his station had reverted to distant relatives in other countries. This was the man who was to have met the master and the mistress of the kennels on their arrival in Australia. His executors had seen no reason to dispense with Bill's services as yet, and, truth to tell, they had never seen the man nor heard of his doings. It was only during the last few months that a manager had been placed in charge of the station, and during his time Wallaby Bill had stuck closely to his work. Jacob Wilton Hall, the man who had made Warrimoo Station, had all his life long been something of an eccentric, and yet withal a man who generally accomplished what he had set out to do, and one who had converted a modest competence into a handsome fortune. He had been an indiscriminate admirer of animals, and an interested student of the manners and customs of all the creatures of the wild. When the rabbit pest first began to be severely felt in the neighbourhood of his home station, he had tried a variety of methods of coping with it, and in the execution of some of these methods he had met with a good deal of opposition and ridicule from his neighbours. He had, for instance, imported 50 ferrets and weasels of both sexes and turned them loose in pairs in rabbit earths situated in different outlying portions of his land. These fierce little creatures were a scourge to the countryside by reason of their attacks upon poultry; but it was freely stated that they adopted the curious attitude of nearly all the native-born animals in ignoring the rabbits they had been expected to prey upon. Jacob Hall had then imported 2 pairs of wild cats, and turned these loose in the back blocks of his land, besides encouraging a number of cats of the domesticated variety to take to the bush life and become wild, as they have been doing all over Australia for many years. With great difficulty and considerable expenditure of money, the eccentric squatter had succeeded in securing a pair of Tasmanian wolves and a pair of Tasmanian devils, and having successfully evaded the customs and quarantine authorities, he turned these exceptionally fierce and bloodthirsty creatures loose in the wildest part of his land. Indeed, he took up an extra few thousand acres of quite unprofitable church and school land, hilly, rocky, and heavily timbered on the flats, largely, it was said, for the purpose of turning his Tasmanian importations into it. The wolves and the Tasmanian devils killed a number of his sheep, and it was stated among the neighbours that if Jacob Hall had lived he would eventually have imported Bengali tigers and African lions before trying the commonplace virtues of rabbit-proof fencing. It was supposed that the persistent efforts of hunters and boundary riders had resulted in these wild creatures being driven well into the back country, and it is certain that despite an occasional strange story from bushmen regarding the animals whose tracks they had come upon in the back blocks, nothing was ever actually seen of Jacob Hall's more fantastic importations. It was said, however, that there were already notable modifications in certain of the wild kindred of that countryside. There was talk of wild cats of hitherto unheard-of size and fierceness, and of dingoes having suggestions about them of the untamably fierce marsupial wolf of Tasmania. But such talk did not amount to much in this district, for the rocky ranges of the Tynagh country, its densely wooded gullies and wild scrub-dotted flats, was almost entirely in the hands of a few big squatters, who had long since pre-empted the back blocks in the hinterland of their stations for very many miles up country. Naturally, Finn and Jess knew nothing of these things. To the one, the native denizens of such small portions of the bush of that neighbourhood as he had ranged were quite sufficiently numerous and interesting to keep his mind occupied; while Jess, for her part, was fully engaged in the task of regaining her hold upon mere life. They lived for themselves, these two, but Jess was deeply interested in the return of her man to the camp each night, and Finn was equally keen and interested in his daily foragings and explorations in the bush of that particular quarter. They neither of them knew that they themselves were objects of the greatest interest to a very large circle of the wild folk, but they were. Within 24 hours of the fight with the old man kangaroo in the Blind Gully, the news had gone abroad among all the wild folk in that strip of bush which surrounded the camp that a redoubtable hunter had been laid low, and was lying near to death and quite helpless beside the gunyah. Jess, having always been well fed by her man, had never been a great hunter of small game, but she had accounted for a goodly number of wallabies, and had played her part in the pulling down of a respectable number of kangaroos. And though she had seldom troubled to run down the smaller fry, she was as greatly feared by them as though she lived only for their destruction, and innumerable small marsupials, from the tiny delicate little kangaroo mouse up to the fleet and muscular wallaby hare, with bandicoots, kangaroo rats, bushy-tailed and desperately furtive, possums, native cats, and even a couple of amiable and sleepy-headed native bears, and a surly, solitary wombat, all took an opportunity of peering out from the nearest point of dense covert for the sake of having a glimpse of the helpless kangaroo hound. To the wild folk, an animal that cannot rise and fend for itself is regarded as an animal practically dead, and but one remove from carrion, which, of course, Jess would have been, lacking the friendly attentions of her man, and, it may be, lacking the protection of the great Wolfhound. Be that as it may, it is a fact that news reached the rocky hills behind Warrimoo of Jess's condition, and during the second night of her helplessness 3 dingoes left their hunting range to come and look into this matter for themselves. A dying hound might prove well worth investigating, they thought. The movements of these dingoes, once they reached within a couple of miles of Bill's gunyah, would have interested any student of the wild. The caution with which they advanced was extraordinary. Not a dry leaf nor a dead twig on the trail, but they scanned it shrewdly with an eye for possible traps or pitfalls. They moved as noiselessly as shadows, and poured in and out among the scrub like liquid vegetation of some sort, a part of their environment, but volatile. When the 3 dingoes from the hills reached the edge of the clear patch in which the gunyah stood, they saw the almost black, smouldering remains of a campfire, and, stretched within a couple of yards of the ashes, Finn. His shaggy coat was not that of a kangaroo hound, and his place beside the man-made fire seemed to forbid the possibility of his being a monster dingo. Vaguely the dingoes told themselves that Finn must be some kind of giant among wolves, who was connected in some mysterious way with menfolk. They had learned something during the past few years with regard to the possibilities of nature in the matter of strange beasts, and they remembered that the newcomers in their country had arrived with a strange and persistent taint of man about them, were even brought there by man, some said. In the meantime, it was quite evident to the dingoes' sensitive nostrils that man inhabited the gunyah at that moment, and that, therefore, quite apart from the presence of the huge, strange beast near the fire, it would never do to investigate the shelter at the gunyah's side just then. The dingoes ate where they made their kills that night, within a couple of miles of the camp, thereby spreading terror wide and deep throughout that range. For the little folk feared these fiercely cunning killers far more than they had learned to fear big, ghostly Finn, who roamed their country more in student fashion than as a serious hunter of meat, so far. When the dawn came, the three dingoes were crouched in a favourable watching place opposite the gunyah, and saw Finn rise, stretch his great length, and stroll off leisurely in the direction of the bush on the shanty's far side. They looked meaningly one at the other, with lips drawn back, as they noted Finn's massive bulk, great height, long jaws, and springy tread. They decided that the Wolfhound might, after all, be of the wild kindred, since he evidently had no mind to face the owner of the gunyah by daylight. Then, with hackles raised and bodies shrinking backward among the leaves, they saw Bill come out and yawn and stretch his arms and go to look at Jess under her shelter. Now, as it happened, Finn stumbled upon a fresh wallaby trail that morning, a trail not many minutes old, and he followed it with growing excitement for a number of miles. To his nose it was more or less the same scent as that of the old man kangaroo, and there was hot desire in his heart to pit his strength against such an one, without the sport-spoiling assistance of Bill's knife. Finn's hunting of the wallaby took him a good deal farther from the humpy than he had been before, since his first arrival there, and so it fell out that Bill left upon his day's round without having seen the Wolfhound that morning. "I guess he's after an extra special breakfast of his own," muttered Bill before he left, "but I'll leave him this half a rabbit in case." And he left the hinder part of a boiled rabbit on the big log beside the fire, and rode away. The patient dingoes watched the whole performance closely, licking their chops while Bill ate his breakfast, and again when he placed the cooked half-rabbit on the log. The whole proceeding was also watched by several crows. It was largely as a protection against these, rather than against the elements, that Bill had given Jess her substantial bark shelter, under which the crows would be afraid to pass. Otherwise, as Bill well knew, Jess would have been like to lose her eyes before she had lain there very long. After Bill's departure, the crows were the first to descend upon the camp, and they soon had the meat left for Finn torn to shreds and swallowed. Then they swaggered impudently about the fire, picking up crumbs, a process they were in the habit of attending to daily during Finn's absence. The presence of these wicked black marauders gave courage to the waiting dingoes, and they determined to proceed at once with the business at hand, the examination of the dying kangaroo hound of which they had heard. As for the huge spectral wolf, it was evident that he had no real connection with the camp. Indeed, the bigger of the three dingoes told himself, with a regretful sigh, that this great grey wolf had, in all probability, dispatched the kangaroo hound at an early stage of the night, and had been sleeping off the first effects of his orgy, when they first saw him lying near the camp-fire. At all events, the wolf had disappeared. The three dingoes advanced, still exhibiting caution in every step, but marching abreast, because neither would give any advantage to the others in a case of this sort. When they got to within 25 paces of the shelter, poor Jess winded them, and it was borne in upon her that the hour of her last fight had arrived. She knew herself unable to run a yard, probably unable to stand, and the dingo scent, as she understood it, had no hint of mercy in it. With an effort which racked her whole frame with burning pain, the helpless bitch turned upon her chest and raised her head so that she might see her doom approaching. She gave a little gulp when her eyes fell upon the stalwart forms of no fewer than 3 full-grown dingoes, stocky of build, massive in legs and shoulders, plentifully coated and fanged for the killing of meat. Their eyes had the killing light in them too, Jess thought, and a snarl curled her writhen lips as she pictured her end, stretched helpless there under the bark shelter. Well she knew that even 3 such well-grown dingoes as these would never have dared to attack her if she had been in normal condition. Very slowly the 3 dingoes approached a little nearer in fan-shaped formation, and with a brave effort Jess succeeded in bringing forth a bark which ended in something between a growl and howl by reason of the cutting pain it caused her. The 3 dingoes leaped backward, each 3 paces, like clockwork machinery. Jess glared out at them from under her thatch of bark, her fangs uncovered, her nose wrinkled, and her short, close hair on end. The dingoes watched her thoughtfully, pondering upon her probable reserves of strength. Then, too, there was her shelter. That was endowed with some of the mysterious atmosphere which surrounds man. But the biggest of the dingoes had once stolen half a sheep from a shepherd's humpy, and no disaster had overtaken him. He advanced 3 feet before his companions, and that spurred them to movement. Again Jess essayed a bark, and this time the predominant note in her cry was so clearly one of anguish that the 3 dingoes took it almost as an encouragement, for nature had not endowed them with a sense of what we call pity for weakness or distress. They thought Jess's cry was an appeal for mercy, and mercy was foreign to their blood. As a fact, poor Jess would rather have died a dozen deaths than call once upon a dingo for mercy. It was the pain in her lacerated body, resulting from the attempt to bark, that had introduced that wailing note into her cry. And now, as the dingoes drew nearer, inch by inch, the black kangaroo hound braced herself to die biting, and to sell her flesh as dearly as might be. As the snout of the foremost dingo, the largest of the 3, showed under the eave of Jess's shelter, she managed to hunch her wounded body a little farther back against the side of the gunyah, meaning thereby to draw the dingo a little farther in and give herself a better chance of catching some part of him between her jaws. With a desperate effort she drew back her forelegs a little, raising herself almost into a sitting position against the side of the gunyah. The faint groans that the pain of moving forced from her were of real service to her in a way, for they made the foremost dingo think she was in her death agony, and gave a sort of recklessness to his plunge forward under the thatch. He meant to end the business at once and slake his blood thirst at the hound's throat. Well he knew that hounds do not groan before a dingo's onslaught, unless their plight is very desperate. In the instant of the big dingo's plunge for Jess's throat, several things happened. First, Jess's powerful jaws came together about the thick part of the dingo's right foreleg, and took a firm hold there, while the snarling and now terrified dingo snapped at the back of her neck, the rough edge of the thatch bark on the middle of his back producing in him a horrible sense of being trapped. That was one thing that happened in that instant. Another thing was that the 2 lesser dingoes between them produced a yelp of pure terror, and wheeling like lightning, streaked across the clear patch to the scrub, bellies to earth and tails flying in a straight line from their spines. And the third thing that happened in that instant was the arrival at the end of the gunyah of Finn. The arrival of the Wolfhound was really a great event. There was something elemental about it, and something, too, suggestive of magic. The Wolfhound had caught his first glimpse of the 2 lesser dingoes as he reached the far side of the clear patch, and for an instant he had stood still. He was dragging a young wallaby over one shoulder. Then it came over him that these were enemies attacking his crippled friend Jess. He made no sound, but, dropping his burden, flew across the clearing with deadly swiftness. As he reached the end of the gunyah, a kind of roar burst from his swelling chest, and in that instant the 2 dingoes flung themselves forward in flight, Finn after them. 5 huge strides he took in their rear, and then the power of thought or telepathy, or something of the sort, stopped him dead in the middle of his stride, and he almost turned a somersault in wheeling round to Jess's assistance. As Finn plunged forward again toward Jess, the big dingo succeeded by means of a desperate wrench in freeing his leg from the kangaroo hound's jaws, and with a swift turning movement leaped clear of the shelter. Then the big dingo of the back ranges found himself facing Finn, and realized that he must fight for his life. The dingo has been called a skunk, and a cur, and a coward, and by most other names that are bad and contemptuous. But the dingo at bay is as brave as a weasel, and no lion in all Africa is braver than a weasel at bay. Finn had brought himself to a standstill with an effort, a towering figure of blazing wrath. He had made one good kill that morning. His blood was hot. The picture of these dogs of the wild kindred attacking his helpless friend had aroused to fighting fury every last little drop of blood in his whole great body. Rage almost blinded him. He flung himself upon the big dingo as though he were a projectile of some sort, and then he learned that the creatures born in the wild are swifter than the swiftest of other creatures. He had learned it before, as a matter of fact. He had seen a striking illustration of it only a few days before, when the kangaroo stretched Jess helpless on the ground at a single stroke. Finn only grazed the dingo's haunch, while the dingo slashed a 3-inch wound in his right shoulder as he passed. Even while Finn was in the act of turning, the wild dog's fangs clashed again about his flank, ripping his skin as though it were stretched silk. It may be imagined that Finn's wrath was not lessened, but his blind rage was, and he pulled himself together with a jerk, a cold determination to kill cooling his brain like water. This time he allowed the dingo to rush him, which the beast did with admirable dexterity, aiming low for the legs. Finn plunged for the back of the dingo's neck, and missed by the breadth of 2 hairs. Then he pivoted on his hind legs, and feinted low for the dingo's legs. The dingo flashed by him, aiming a cutting snap at his lower thigh, for the wild dog was a master of fighting, and worked deliberately to cripple his big opponent and not to kill him outright, and that gave Finn the chance for which he had played in his feint. Next moment his great fangs were buried in the thickly furred coat of the dingo's neck, and his whole weight was bearing the wild dog to earth. His legs lost to him, by reason of Finn's crushing weight, the frenzy of despair filled the dingo, and he fought like 10 dogs, snarling, snapping, writhing, and scratching, all at the same time. Despite Finn's vice-like hold, the dingo did considerable execution with his razor-edged fangs in the lower part of the Wolfhound's forelegs. But his race was run. Finn gradually shifted his hold until his front teeth gripped the soft part of the dingo's throat, and then he bit with all the mighty strength of his great jaws, closer, closer, and closer, till the red blood poured out on the ground, and the struggles of the wild dog grew fainter and fainter. Finally, Finn gave a great shake of his head, lifting the dingo clear of the ground, and flinging him back upon it, limp and still. For 2 whole minutes Finn glared down at the body of the dingo, while licking the blood from his own lips, and working the torn skin of his body backward and forward as though it tickled him. Then he turned to look to Jess, and then an extraordinary thing happened, the sort of thing which does not happen save in the life of a dingo. The thing, in short, that couldn't happen, but that just is sometimes. That dingo's glazing eyes opened wide and looked at Finn's back. Then the slain dingo (Finn had almost torn out its throat) dragged itself to its feet and staggered off like a drunken man toward the bush. A feeble snarl escaped from Jess, whose head faced this way. Finn, who had been licking her, wheeled like a cat, and in that amazing moment saw the dingo he supposed he had killed staggering towards the scrub 30 paces distant. 5 seconds later the still-living dingo was on its back, and its throat was being scattered over the surrounding ground. In his fury, Finn did actually tear out the beast's jugular vein, practically severing the head from the trunk, smashing the vertebra, and tearing open the chest of the dead creature as well. When Wallaby Bill came to look at that corpse some hours later, he said, "Well, by ghost, if I didn't tell that wolf this very morning that he was a mighty good sort. Wolf, you can say I said that. John L. Sullivan and Peter Jackson and the Wild Man of Borneo were sucking infants in arms to you. My colonial oath, but that blessed dingo has been killed good and plenty, and a steam hammer couldn't kill him no more." There was a wallaby lying beside the fire, Finn having been too busy licking his own wounds and comforting Jess to think of feeding, though common prudence had reminded him to bring in his kill from the edge of the clear patch. Bill gave a deal of time and attention to Jess that night, but Finn was fed royally on roughly cooked wallaby steaks and damper. But even upon this special occasion the Wolfhound, still mindful of his awful circus experience, refused to come within touch of the man. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. A break-up in Arcadia. Jess's struggles on the day of the dingo fight naturally retarded the healing of her wound, but before the week was out, Bill was able to remove his rude stitches, and the great gash showed every sign of healing cleanly. Yet, in spite of the kangaroo hound's wonderful hardihood and her advantages in the matter of pure, healing air, almost another week had passed before she was able to move about round the camp, and a full 10 days more were gone before she cared to resume her old activities. During all this while, Finn played the part of very loyal and watchful protector. He had much desired to follow up the trail of the 2 dingoes that escaped him, but he would not leave Jess long enough at a time to make this possible. The wild folk of the bush, situated within a mile of the camp, however, became as much accustomed to his presence as though he were in truth one of themselves, so thoroughly and constantly did he patrol their range during his guardianship of the wounded hound. In this period he learned to know every twig in that strip of country, and practically every creature that lived or hunted there. The snake folk, brown, tiger, carpet, diamond, black, and death adder, he came to know them all from a very respectful distance, and he studied their habits and methods of progression and of hunting with the deepest interest. For instance, on one occasion, towards evening, Finn saw a carpet snake pin a big kangaroo rat close to a fallen log. With a swiftness which Finn's sharp eyes were unable to follow exactly, the snake twisted 2 coils of his shining body round the marsupial and crushed the little beast to death. Then slowly, and as though the process gave him great satisfaction, the snake worked his coils downward from the head to the tail of the kangaroo rat, crunching its body flat and breaking all its joints. Then very slowly the snake took its victim's head between its jaws, and advancing first one jaw and then the other, 1/8 of an inch at a time, very gradually swallowed the whole animal, the operation occupying altogether a full 10 minutes. When the snake had quite finished, Finn leaped upon it from his hiding-place, killing the creature with one snap of his jaws immediately behind the head. Finn's front teeth actually met in the tail of the kangaroo rat, which had only reached thus far in its progress. Indeed, the tip of the tail was still in the snake's mouth at the time, and Finn was perfectly aware that in this condition the big reptile was not very dangerous. Bill was just dismounting beside the gunyah when Finn arrived, trailing just about 12 feet of gorged snake beside him. But this was only one small incident among the daily, almost hourly, adventures and lessons which came to the Wolfhound during this period of Jess's convalescence. He actually caught a half-grown koala, or native bear, one hot afternoon when Jess was beginning to stroll about the clear patch, and finding that the queer little creature offered no fight, but only swayed its tubby body to and fro, moaning and wailing and generally behaving like a distressed child, Finn made no attempt to kill it, but simply took firm hold of the loose, furry skin about its thick neck, and dragged it, complaining piteously, through the bush to the gunyah, where he deposited it gingerly upon the ground for Jess's inspection. Bill found the two hounds playing with the koala on his return to camp that night. It was a one-sided kind of game, for the bear only sat up on his haunches between the hounds, rocking to and fro, and sobbing and moaning with grotesque, appealing pathos, while Finn and Jess gambolled about him, occasionally toppling him over with a thrust of their muzzles, and growling angrily at him till he sat up again, when they appeared quite satisfied. Bill sat on his horse and shook with laughter as he watched the game. He thought of killing the bear, for there is a small bounty given on bears' heads. But long laughter moved his good nature to ignore the bounty, and after a while he called Jess off and drove the bear away into the scrub. He did not call Finn, because that was unnecessary. Finn withdrew immediately upon Bill's approach. It was perhaps a week after the bear-baiting episode, when for several days Jess had been following her man by day in the same manner as before her hurt, that both hounds began to notice that Bill was undergoing a change of some sort. He never talked to them now. He took not the smallest notice of Finn, and rarely looked at Jess. When she approached him of an evening he would gruffly bid her lie down, and once he thrust her from him with his foot when she had nosed close up to him beside the fire. Jess had vague recollections of similar changes in her man having occurred before this time, and she had vague uncomfortable stirrings which told her that further change of some sort was imminent. This made the kangaroo hound restless and uneasy, and before long her uneasiness communicated itself to Finn, who immediately began to think of the worst things he knew of, men in leathern coats, iron-barred cages, and the like. All this made the Wolfhound more shy than ever where Bill was concerned, and more like a creature of the real wild in all his movements and general demeanour. He slept a little farther from the gunyah now, and relied almost entirely upon his own hunting for food. Still, he had no wish to leave the camp, and regarded Jess as his fast friend. One evening the now definitely surly and irritable Bill devoted half an hour to counting and recounting some money in the light of the campfire. He had visited the station homestead that day, and drawn his pay from the manager. "Grouter that, damn ye!" he growled at poor Jess when she crept towards him with watchful, affectionate eyes. So Jess got out, to the extent of 12 yards, with the mark of one of Bill's heavy boots on her glossy flank. She bore not a trace of malice, and would have cheerfully fought to the death for her man at that moment, but she was full of vague distress and whimpering uneasiness, of dim, unhappy presentiments. And in all this Finn shared fully, though without the personal intensity which marked Jess's feeling by reason of her great love of the man. But the uneasiness and the presentiments were shared by the Wolfhound, and he dreamed vividly that night of red-hot irons, the smell of tigers, of wire-bound whiplashes, and the panic sense of being caged. In the morning Bill would hardly take the trouble to prepare a breakfast for himself, and the clothes he wore were not those that Finn had always seen him in before. Bill presently tied up the hanging door of the gunyah and mounted his horse. Jess and Finn followed him as their wont was, but their hearts were sad, and Bill's glowering looks gave them no encouragement. For almost 7 miles they followed Bill, and then, after leaping a low dog-leg fence, they found themselves in the one wide street of Nargoola Township. Bill cantered slowly down the empty road till he came to the First Nugget Hotel, and there he drew rein and finally hitched his horse's bridle to a veranda post. Then he strode across the veranda and disappeared within the hotel, and Jess remembered many things. Finn remained with Jess a few yards from the horse, waiting. But whereas the experienced Jess lay down in the dust, Finn stood erect and watchful beside her. He was already rather nearer to the house than he cared about, and the air was heavy with the scent of man and his works. Finn was acutely uncomfortable, and told Jess so as plainly as he could, with a hint as to the advantages of returning to the bush. but Jess urged patience and tucked her nose under one of her hind legs. Presently 1 or 2 men came straggling down the street and made overtures to Finn, after standing and gazing upon him with admiring astonishment, and slowly piecing together his connection with Bill and Jess through the horse. Bush folk have a way of arriving at their knowledge of people through horseflesh. "My oath!" exclaimed one of them. "He's got a touch of the Tasmanian blood in him, all right. I guess old man Hall's pets have been busy back in the hills there. Wonder how Bill got a holt of him." And then, with every sign of deferential friendliness, the man endeavoured to approach Finn. But though Jess lay still, showing only pointed indifference where the men were concerned, Finn leaped backward like a stag, and kept a good score of paces between the menfolk and himself. The man who made the remark about Finn and Tasmanian blood had never seen the zebra wolf, as it is sometimes called, owing to the stripes which often occur in its coat, or he would not have thought of Finn in this connection. The Tasmanian wolf is a heavy, long beast, with a truncated muzzle, short legs, a thin taper tail, and a very massive shoulder and neck. Wolves of this type have been known to keep 6 hunting dogs absolutely at bay, and finally to escape from them. Their appearance is more suggestive of the hyena than of any such symmetrically beautiful lines as those of Finn's graceful, racy build. But by reason of his great height and size, Finn was strange to the Nargoola man, and he, having heard of old Jacob Hall's strange importations from Tasmania, at once linked the two kinds of strangeness together in his mind, and saw only further reason for so doing in the fact that he was quite unable to get within a dozen paces of touching the Wolfhound. Out of consideration for the patient Jess, Finn endured the discomfort of waiting beside the first nugget all through that day, though he never ventured to sit down even for a moment. There, among the man-smells and the threatening shadows of a house, each one of which he regarded as the possible headquarters of a circus, the possible home of a professor. But when evening set in, and Jess still showed no signs of forsaking her post, Finn could endure it no longer, and told his friends several times over that he must go, that he would return to the camp in the bush and wait there. The nuzzling touches of Jess's nose said plainly, "Wait a bit yet. What's your hurry?" But Finn was in deadly earnest now. He refused to be restrained even by a little whimpering appeal, in which Jess made every use she could of the craft of her sex, showing exaggerated signs of weakness and distress. "Well, then, why not come with me?" barked Finn in reply, fidgeting about her on his toes. Jess pleaded for delay, and licked his nose most persuasively. But Finn's mind was made up, and he turned his shoulder coldly upon the bitch, while still waiting for some sign of yielding on her part. But Jess was bound to her post by ties far stronger than any consideration of her comfort or well-being, and as a matter of fact 40 Wolfhounds would not have moved her from that veranda alive. Also, of course, she had not Finn's violent distaste for the neighbourhood of man and his works. She had never been in a circus, she had never been suddenly awakened from complete trust in mankind to knowledge of the existence of mad man-beasts with hot iron bars. So Finn would have told her. In the end, Finn gave a cold bark of displeasure and trotted off into the gathering twilight, leaping the fence and plunging into the bush the moment he had passed the last house of the township. Half an hour later he killed a fat bandicoot, who was engaged at that moment in killing a tiny marsupial mouse. A quarter of an hour after that, Finn lay down beside the ashes of the fire before the gunyah, his kill between his forelegs. He rested there for a few minutes, and then, tearing off its furry skin in strips, devoured the greater part of the bandicoot before settling down for the night. As much, that is, as he ever did settle down these days. His eyes were not often completely closed, less often at night, perhaps, than in the daytime. But he dozed now, out there in the clear patch where the gunyah stood, free of all thoughts of men and cages. And the bush air seemed sweeter than ever to him to-night, after his brief stay in the man-haunted township. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Outcast. For 9 consecutive days and nights, Finn continued to regard the empty gunyah in the clear patch as his home, to eat there and to rest there, beside the ashes of the fire, or in the shadow of the shanty itself. And still Jess and her man came not, and the Wolfhound was left in solitary possession. Once, when the heat of the day was past, Finn trotted down the trail to the township and peered long and earnestly through the dog-leg fence in the direction of the first nugget, but he saw no trace of Jess or her man, and for his part he was glad to get back to the clear patch again, and to take his ease beside the gunyah. He had recently struck up a more than bowing acquaintance with a koala that he had once dragged through a quarter of a mile of scrub to the gunyah, and was now in the habit of meeting this quaint little bear nearly every day. For his part, Koala never presumed to make the slightest advance in Finn's direction, but he had come to realize that the great Wolfhound wished him no harm, and though his conversation seldom went beyond plaintive complainings and lugubrious assertions of his own complete inoffensiveness, Finn liked to sit near the little beast occasionally and watch his fubsy antics and listen to his plaint. Koala was rather like the Mad Hatter that Alice met in Wonderland. He was a very poor man, by his way of it, and though in reality rather a contented creature, seemed generally to be upon the extreme verge of shedding tears. Another of the wild folk that Finn met for the first time in his life during these 9 days, and continued to meet on a friendly footing, was a large native porcupine, or echidna. Finn was sniffing one afternoon at what he took to be the opening to a rabbit's burrow, when, greatly to his surprise, echidna showed up, some 3 or 4 yards away from one of the exits of the same earth. The creature's shock of fretful quills was not inviting, and Finn discovered no inclination to risk touching it with his nose. But having jumped forward in such a way as to shut echidna off from his home, they were left perforce face to face for a few moments. During those moments Finn decided that he had no wish to slay the ant-eating porcupine, and echidna, for his part, made up his exceedingly rudimentary little mind that Finn was a fairly harmless person. So they sat up looking at one another, and Finn marvelled that the world should contain so curious a creature as his new acquaintance, while echidna doubtless wondered in his primitive, prickly fashion how much larger dogs were likely to grow in that part of the country. Then the flying tail of a bandicoot caught Finn's attention, and the passing that way of an unusually fat bulldog ant drew echidna from reflection to business, and the oddly ill-matched couple parted after their first meeting. After this they frequently exchanged civil greetings when their paths happened to cross in the bush. But unlike the large majority of Australia's wild folk, Finn was exclusively a carnivorous animal, and this fact rather placed him out of court in the matter of striking up acquaintances in the bush, since meetings with the Wolfhound were apt, as a general thing, to end in that very close form of intimacy which involves the complete absorption of the lesser personality into the greater, not merely figuratively, but physically. Finn might, and frequently did, ask a stray bandicoot or rabbit or kangaroo rat to dinner, but by the time the meal was ended the guest was no more, and so the acquaintance could never be pursued further. Finn would have been delighted, really, to make friends with creatures like the bandicoot people, and to enjoy their society at intervals, when he was well fed. But the bandicoots and their kind could never forget that they were, after all, food in the Wolfhound's eyes, and it was not possible to know for certain exactly when his appetite was likely to rise within him and claim attention and bandicoots. Therefore, full or empty, hunting or lounging, Finn was a scourge and an enemy in the eyes of these small folk, and, as such, a person to be avoided at all cost and at all seasons. The hunting in the neighbourhood of the gunyah was still amply sufficient for Finn's needs, and, as he continually expected the return of Bill and Jess, he did not forage very far from the clear patch. He generally dozed and rested beside the humpy during the afternoon, preparatory to hunting in the dusk for the kill that represented his night meal. It was on the evening of his 10th day of solitude, and rather later than his usual hour for the evening prowl, that Finn woke with a start in his place beside the gunyah to hear the sound of horses' feet entering the clear patch from the direction of the station homestead. There was no sign of Jess that nose or eye or ear could detect, but Finn told himself as he moved away from the gunyah that this was doubtless Bill, and that Jess would be likely to follow. As his custom was, where Bill was concerned, Finn took up his stand about 25 paces from the humpy, prepared gravely to observe the boundary rider's evening tasks, the fire lighting, and so forth. As the newcomer began to dismount, or rather as he began to think of dismounting, he caught a dim glimpse of Finn's figure through the growing darkness. It was only a dim glimpse the man caught, and he took Finn for a dingo, made wondrous large in appearance somehow by the darkness. He was both astonished and exceedingly indignant that a dingo should have the brazen impudence to stand and stare at him, within 30 yards of camp, too. In his hand he carried a stock whip, with its 15-foot fall neatly coiled about its taper end. Swinging this by the head of its fall, he flung it with all his might at Finn, at the same time rising erect in the saddle and spurring his horse forward at the gallop to ride the supposed dingo down. "Grr, you thieving swine, I'll teach you!" The voice was strange to Finn and very hoarse and harsh. The Wolfhound cantered lightly off, and the rider followed him right into the scrub before wheeling his horse and turning back toward the camp. Before he moved, Finn gave one snarling growl, and the reason of that was that the heavy butt end of the stock whip handle had caught him fairly in the ribs and almost taken his breath away. From the shelter of the bush, Finn peered for a long while at the camp from which he had been driven, and as he peered his mind held a tumult of conflicting emotions. He saw the man gather twigs and light a fire, just as Bill had been wont to do, but he knew now that the man was not Bill. He heard the man growling and swearing to himself, just as a creature of the wild does sometimes over its meals. As a matter of fact, this particular man had been removed from a post that he liked and sent to this place because Bill had left the district, and he was irritable and annoyed about it. Otherwise he probably would not have been so savage in driving Finn off, but the Wolfhound had no means of knowing these things. All his life long, up till the time of his separation from the Master, Finn had been treated with uniform kindness and consideration, save during one very brief interval in Sussex. Then, for months, he had been treated with what seemed to him utterly purposeless and reasonless cruelty and ferocity. From that long drawn-out martyrdom had sprung his deep-rooted mistrust of man. But it had been reserved for Wallaby Bill's successor to implant in Finn's mind the true spirit of the wild creature by the simple process of driving him forth from the neighbourhood of civilization, such as it was, into the bush. Finn had been cruelly beaten, he had been tortured in the past. He had never until this evening been driven away from the haunts of men. The writer of these lines remembers having once been driven himself under a shower of sticks and stones from a village of mountain-bred Moors who saw through his disguise. This being driven, hunted, shooed out into the open with blows and curses and scornful maledictions, is a singularly cowing sensation, at once humiliating and embittering. It is unlike any other kind of hostile treatment. It affected Finn more deeply and powerfully than any punishment could have affected him. Though infinitely less painful and terrible than the sort of interviews he had had with the professor in his circus prison, it yet bit deeper into his soul, in a way. It produced an impression at least equally profound. He desired none of the man's society, and during all the time that he had regarded the camp in that clearing as his home, he had never sought anything at man's hands, nor approached man more nearly than a distance of a dozen paces or so. But now he was savagely given to understand that even the neighbourhood of the camp was no place for him, that it was forbidden ground for him. He was driven out into the wild with contumely, and with the contemptuous sting of the blows of something flung at him. It was no longer a case of man courting him, while he carefully maintained an attitude of reserve and kept his distance. Man had set the distance, and definitely pronounced him an alien, driven him off. Man was actively hostile to him, would fling something at him on sight. Man declared war on him, and drove him out into the wild. Well, and what of the wild? The wild yielded him unlimited food and unlimited interest. The wild was clean and free. It hampered him in no way. It had offered no sort of hostile demonstration against him. Nay, in a sense, the wild had paid court to him, shown him great deference, bowed down before him, and granted him instant lordship. If Finn thought at all just now of the snake people, it was of the large, non-venomous kind, of which he had slain several. Altogether, it was with a curiously disturbed and divided mind, in which bitterness and resentment were uppermost, that the Wolfhound gazed now at the man sitting in the firelight by Bill's gunyah. And then, while he gazed, there rose up in him kindly thoughts and feelings regarding Jess, when she had played with him beside that fire. Regarding Bill, when he had talked at Finn in his own friendly, admiring way, and tossed the Wolfhound food which Finn had always eaten with an appearance of zest and gratitude, even when not in the least need of food, from an instinctive sense of noblesse oblige, and of the courtesy which came to him with the blood of a long line of kingly ancestors. Vague thoughts, too, of the Master drifted through Finn's mind as he watched the stranger at his supper, and somehow the circle of firelit grass attracted. Forgiveness came natural to the Wolfhound, and for the moment he forgot the humiliation and the bitterness of being driven out as a creature of the wild, having no right to trespass upon the human environment. Slowly, not with any particular caution, but with stately, gracious step, Finn moved forward toward the firelight, intending to take up his old resting-place, perhaps a score of paces from the fire. No sooner had Finn entered the outermost ring of dim firelight than the man looked up and saw, not the whole of him, but the light flickering on his legs. "Well, I'll be teetotally damned if that ain't the limit!" gasped the man, as he sprang to his feet. He snatched a 3-foot length of burning sapling from the fire, and, rushing forward, flung it so truly after the retreating Wolfhound that it fell athwart his neck, singeing his coat and enveloping him from nose to tail in a cloud of glowing sparks. A stone followed the burning wood, and the man himself, shouting and cursing, followed the stone. But he had no need to run. The flying sparks, the smell of burned hair, the horrible suggestion of the red-hot iron bar, these were amply sufficient for Finn, without the added humiliation of the stone and the curses and the man's loud, blundering footfalls. The Wolfhound broke into a gallop, shocked, amazed, alarmed, and beyond words embittered. He snarled as he ran, and he ran till the camp was a mile behind him, beyond scent and hearing. There was no mistaking this for anything but what it was. This was being driven out of the human world into the world of the wild with a vengeance. The burning sapling made a most profound impression upon Finn, and aroused bitter hostility and resentment in him. The stock whip and the stone were as nothing beside this thing, this fire that had been flung at him. From time immemorial men have frightened and chased wolves from their chosen neighbourhood with burning faggots. The thing is being done today in the world's far places. It was being done thousands of years before our era began. Finn had never before experienced it, and yet, in some vague way, it seemed he had known of such things. His ancestors for 1,500 years had been the admired companions and champions of the leaders among men. But 1,000 years before that, who knows? Our domestic pet dogs of today adhere still to a few of the practices, having no bearing upon their present lives, of their forebears of many, many centuries back. Certain it is that nothing else in his life had been quite so full of hostile significance for Finn as this fact of his having been driven out from the camp in the clear patch with a faggot of burning wood. This was man's message to him. Thus, then, he was sent to his place, and his place was the wild. Well, the wild folk of that particular section of the Tynagh country, though they live to be older than the most aged cockatoo in all Australia, will never, never forget the strange happenings of that night, which they will always remember as the night of the madness of the giant wolf, only they thought of him as the giant dingo. For 4 mortal hours the Irish Wolfhound, who had been driven out from the haunts of men, raged furiously up and down a 5-mile belt of Tynagh country, slaying and maiming wantonly, and implanting desperate fear in the hearts of every living thing in that countryside. Once, in the farthest of his gallops, he reached the fringe of the wild, rocky hill country which lies behind this belt, and there, as luck would have it, he met in full flight one of the 2 dingoes that had escaped him on the day of the attack upon wounded Jess. It was an evil chance for that dingo. A fanged whirlwind smote him, and rended him from limb to limb before he realized that the devastating thing had come, scattering his vital parts among the scrub and tearing wildly at his mangled remains. A mother kangaroo was surprised by the ghostly grey fury, at some distance from the rest of her small mob, and though she fought with the fury of 10 males of her species, bitterly conscious of the young thing glued to the teat in her pouch, she was left a torn and trampled mass of scarcely recognizable fur and flesh, crushed among scrub roots. Lesser creatures succumbed under the blinding stabs of Finn's feet, and once he leaped, like a cat, clear into the lower branches of a bastard oak tree, and pinned a possum into instant death before swinging back to earth on the limb's far side. He killed that night from fury, and not to eat, and when he laid him down to rest at length on the rocky ledge of a gully fully 4 miles from the camp, there was not a living thing in that district but felt the terror of his presence and cowered from sight or sound of his flying feet and rending blood-stained fangs. It was as the night of an earthquake or a bush-fire to the wild folk of that range, and the cause and meaning of it all was that Finn, the Irish Wolfhound, had been hunted out of the menfolk's world into the world of the wild people. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. A Lone Bachelor. If Finn had deliberately thought out a bad way of beginning his life as one of the wild folk who have no concern at all with humans, he could have devised nothing much worse or more disadvantageous to himself than the indulgence of his wild burst of berserker-like fury after being driven out of the clear patch. and of this he was made aware when he set forth the next morning in quest of a breakfast. Every one of his hunting trails in the neighbourhood of the encampment he ranged with growing thoroughness and care, without finding so much as a mouse with which to satisfy his appetite. Even koala and echidna were nowhere to be found. It was as though a blight had descended upon the countryside, and the only living thing Finn saw that morning, besides the crows, was a laughing jackass on the stump of a blasted stringy bark tree, who jeered at him hoarsely as he passed. Disconsolate and rather sore, as the result of his frenzied exertions of the night, Finn curled himself up in the sandy bed of a little gully, and slept again, without food. The many small scavengers of the bush had already made away with the remains of the different creatures he had slain during his madness. Finn did not know it, but hundreds of small bright eyes had watched him as he ranged the trails that morning, and the most of these eyes had in them the light of resentment as well as fear. Finn had been guilty of real crime according to the standards of the wild, and had he been a lesser creature, swift punishment would have descended upon him. As it was, he was left to work out his own punishment by finding that his hunting was ruined. These wild folk, who were judging Finn now, tacitly admitted the right of all flesh-eating creatures to kill for food. But wilful slaughter, particularly when accompanied by all the evidences of reckless fury, was a crime not readily to be forgiven. For it struck at the very roots of the wild folk's social system. It was not merely a cruel affliction for those needlessly slain, and their relatives, some of whom depended for life upon their exertions, but it was an affliction for all the rest, in that it spoiled hunting for the carnivorous, rendered feeding extremely difficult for the non-carnivorous, and generally upset the ordered balance of things which made life worth living for the wild people of that range. It was as disturbing to them, and more lastingly so, by reason of the comparative slenderness of their resources, as the passage through a town of an armed giant, who was also a thief and a murderer, would be to humans. Finn had been feared and respected in that corner of the Tynagh, while by some of the wild folk who, from one cause or another, were able to afford the indulgence in such an emotion, he had been admired. He was now feared and hated. Now the hatred of some thousands of living creatures, even though they may all of them be lesser creatures than oneself, is a fearsome thing. Just as the wild people's method of direct communication are more limited than ours, so their indirect methods are more perfect, more impressive, and swifter than ours. A drawing-room full of men and women have before now shown themselves tolerably capable in the matter of conveying a sense of their dislike for some one person. But humans waste a lot of their telepathic power in speech, and their most offensive method of conveying unspoken hatred to its object and making him feel an outcast is as nothing by comparison with the wild folk's achievements in this direction. If you have ever studied the life of a kennel of hounds, for example, when the pack has made up its corporate mind that one of its members is for some reason unworthy of its traditions, you will remember what a masterly exposition you saw of the art of freezing out. The offending animal, unless removed in time, will positively wilt away and die under the withering blast of unspoken hatred and scorn with which it is encompassed. And hounds, from their long intercourse with talkative humans, have lost half their skill in this respect. The wild kindred have a way of making hatred tangible, perceptible in the air, and in inanimate nature. They can almost bewitch the flesh from off the hated creature's bones without ever looking at him, if a sufficient number of them are in agreement in their hating. When Finn rose from his day sleep, it was to realization of the uncomfortable fact that he was stark empty of food. His first ejection from the camp on the previous evening had occurred before the evening kill, and after the second ejection Finn had been too furious to think of eating. The next thing he realized, and this was before he had walked many hundred yards through the falling light of late afternoon, was the solid atmosphere of hatred which surrounded him in his own range of bush. He did not get the full sting of it at first. That bit into him gradually during the night, but he was aware of its existence almost at once. And he found it singularly daunting. True, he was the undisputed lord of that range. No creature lived there that could think of meeting him in single combat. But the concentrated and silent hatred of the entire populace was none the less a thing to chill the heart, even of a giant Irish Wolfhound. The silence of the ghostly bush in that brief half-light which preceded darkness spoke loudly and eloquently of this hatred and resentment. The empty runways of the little grass-eating animals were full of it. The still trees thrusted upon Finn as he threaded in and out among their hoary trunks. The sightless scrub glared hatred at him till the skin twitched over his shoulders, and he took to flinging swift glances to left and right as he walked, glances but little in keeping with his character as hunter, and more suggestive of the conduct of the lesser hunted peoples. When a long streamer of hanging bark rustled suddenly behind Finn, he whirled upon it with a snarl, and the humiliation of his discovery of what had startled him partook of the nature of fear, when his gaze met the coldly glittering eyes of a bush cat, whose body he could not discern in that dim light, that glared down at him from 20 feet above his head. It was with a sense of genuine humility and something like gratitude that Finn met Koala a few minutes later, passing hurriedly, for him, between the trunks of the 2 trees in which he made his home at that time. Koala stopped at once when Finn faced him, not from any desire for conversation, but from fear to move, and waved his queer little hands in an apparent ecstasy of grief and perturbation, while protesting, as usual, what a lamentably poor and wholly inoffensive person he was, and what a tragic and dastardly act it would be if any one should hurt him. Finn whispered through his nose a most friendly assurance that he had too much respect and affection for Koala to think of harming him, and the little bear sat up on his haunches to acknowledge this condescension tearfully, while reiterating the time-honoured assertion that there was no more inoffensive or helpless creature living than himself. With a view to establishing more confidence, Finn lay down on his chest with forelegs outstretched, and began to pump Koala regarding the chilling attitude of all the people of that range towards himself. In his own dolorous fashion Koala succeeded in conveying to Finn what the Wolfhound already knew quite well in his heart of hearts, that the attitude he complained of was simply the penalty of his running amuck on the previous night. Finn gathered that the native-born wild people would never forgive him or relax their attitude of silently watchful hatred, but that there were some rabbits who were feeding in the open a little farther on, in the neighbourhood of the clear patch. Finn thanked Koala for his information with a little forward movement of the muzzle, and walked off in a rather cheerless mood, while the bear wrung his little hands and moaned, preparatory to ascending the trunk of the giant redgum, upon whose younger leaves he meant to sup before retiring for the night in one of its hollow limbs. It was not for any pleasure in hunting, but because he was very empty, that Finn proceeded in the direction indicated by the bear. He had already developed the Australian taste in the matter of rabbits, and regarded their flesh with a sort of cold disfavour which humans reserve for cold mutton on its second appearance at table. Still, he was hungry now, and when he had stalked and killed the fattest of the bunch of rabbits he found furtively grazing a quarter of a mile from the clear patch, he carried it well away into the bush and devoured it steadily, from the hindquarters to the head, after the fashion of his kind, who always begin at the tail end of their meals. It was noticeable, by the way, that Finn approached the neighbourhood of the clear patch with reluctance, and got right away from it as quickly as possible. During a good part of that night Finn strolled about the familiar tract of bush which he had ranged now for many weeks, observing and taking note of all the many signs which, though plain reading enough for him, would have been quite illegible to the average man. And he decided that what he saw was not good, that it boded ill for his future comfort and well-being. The simple fact was that he had outraged all the proprieties of the wild in that quarter, and was being severely ostracized in consequence. The lesser creatures were still sharper of scent and hearing than he was, and their senses all made more acute by their fear and indignation, they succeeded in keeping absolutely out of the Wolfhound's sight. It was shortly after midnight when a crow and a flying fox saw Finn curl down to sleep in his sandy gully, and by making use of the curious system of animal telepathy, of which even such ingenious humans as Mr. Marconi know nothing, they soon had the news spread all over the range. The lesser marsupials and other groundlings were glad to have this intelligence, and the approach of dawn found them busily feeding, watchful only with regard to the ordinary enemies among their own kind, the small carnivorous animals and the snake people. Indeed, they fed so busily that a pair of wedge-tailed eagles, who descended among them with the first dim approach of the new day, obtained fat breakfasts almost without looking for them, a fact which, unreasonably enough, earned new hatred for Finn among the circle upon which the eagles swooped. "If that great brute had not obliged us to feed so hurriedly, this wouldn't have happened," a mother bandicoot thought, as she gazed out tremulously from her den under a rotten log upon the specks of hair and blood which marked the spot where, a few moments before, that fine strapping young fellow, her only son, had been busily chewing grubs. For another 3 days Finn continued in his old hunting ground, and during the whole of that time he had to content himself with a diet consisting exclusively of rabbit meat. Indeed, during the last couple of days he found that even the despised rabbit required a good deal of careful stalking, so deeply had the fear and hatred of the Wolfhound penetrated into the minds and hearts of that particular wild community. If it had not been for the rabbit's incorrigible habit of forgetting caution during the hours of twilight and daybreak, Finn might have gone hungry altogether. Apart from their hatred and resentment, the wild people of that range felt that the giant's madness might return to him at any moment, and that for this reason alone it would be unsafe to permit of any relaxation in their attitude towards him. On the fourth evening, with a rather sad heart, Finn turned his back on the familiar trails, and hunted west and by south from the little gully in which he slept, heading toward the back ranges and the stony foot of Mount Desolation, that is. For a mile or more, even in this direction, he found that his evil fame preceded him, and no good hunting came his way. But presently a flanking movement to the eastward was rewarded by a glimpse of a fat wallaby hare, which Finn stalked with the most exquisite patience, till he was able to spring upon it with a snap of his great jaws that gave instantaneous and everlasting sleep. Finn carried this fat kill back to his den, and feasted right royally that night, for the first time since he was expelled from the purlieu of the gunyah and the easy-going old life. These few days had changed the Wolfhound a good deal. He walked the trails now with far less of gracious pride and dignity, and more of eager, watchful stealth than he had been wont to use. He walked more silently, he stalked more carefully, and sprang more swiftly, and bit more fiercely. He was no longer the amateur of the wild life, but an actual part of it, and subject to all its laws and customs. Thus it was that, in the afternoon of the day following that of his first hunt outside his own range, he leaped in a single instant from full sleep to fullest wakefulness, in response to the sound of a tiny twig rolling down the side of his little gully. There, facing him from the western lip of the gully, with a rather eager, curious, inviting sort of look upon her intelligent face, stood a fine, upstanding, red-brown female dingo, or warrigal. The stranger stood fully 23 inches high at the shoulder, and was unusually long in the body for such a height, 13 inches less than Finn's shoulder height, it is true, but yet about the same measurement as a big foxhound, and of greater proportionate length. Her ruddy brown tail was bushy and handsome, and at this moment she was carrying it high and flirtatiously curled. Also she wagged it encouragingly when Finn's eyes met her own, which were of a pale greenish hue. Her hind feet were planted well apart. She stood almost as a show cob stands, her tail twitching slightly, and her nostrils contracting and expanding in eloquent inquiry. She had heard of Finn some time since, this belle of the back ranges, but it was only on that day, when nature recommended her to find a mate, that she had thought of coming in quest of the great Wolfhound. Now she eyed him, from her vantage point, fearlessly, and with an invitation in every line of her lissom form. Finn sniffed hard and began a conciliatory whine which terminated in a friendly bark, as he scrambled up the gully side, his own 30-inch tail waving high above the level of his haunches. Warrigal fled for 10 paces, wheeling round then in kittenish fashion, and stooping till her muzzle touched the ground between her forefeet. But no sooner had Finn's nose touched hers than the wild coquette was off again, and this time a little farther into the bush. To and fro and back and forth the shining, bushy-coated dingo played the great Wolfhound with even more of coquettishness than is ever displayed in human circles, and twilight had darkened into night when at length she yielded herself utterly to his masterful charms, and nominally surrendered to the suit she had actually won. As is always the case with the wild folk, the courtship was fiery and brief, but one would not say that it was the less passionately earnest for that, and at the time Warrigal seemed to Finn the most gloriously handsome and eminently desirable of all her sex. When their relations had grown temperately fond and familiar, they took to the western trail together, and presently Warrigal pointed a big bandicoot for Finn, and Finn, delighted to exhibit his prowess, stalked and slew the creature with a good deal of style. Then the two fed together, Finn politely yielding the hindquarters to his inamorata. And then they lay and licked and nosed and chatted amicably for an hour. After this Warrigal rose and stretched her handsome figure to its full length. There was not a white hair about her, nor any other trace of cross-breeding, her nose pointing west and by south a little, for the back ranges whence she came. When she trotted sedately off in that direction, Finn followed her as a matter of course, though he had never been this way before. There were no longer any ties which bound him to his old hunting ground. It was not in nature to spare a thought for lugubrious koala or prickly echidna, when Warrigal waved her bushy tail and trotted on before. Finn had never before been appealed to by the scent of any of the wild people, but there was a subtle atmosphere about Warrigal's thick red-brown coat which drew him to her strongly. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Mated. Finn knew the life of his own range pretty well, and was more familiar with the life of the wild generally than any other hound of his race had been for very many generations. Yet when he contentedly took up the back blocks trail with Warrigal after their supper together upon the bandicoot he had slain, Finn was absolutely and entirely ignorant of the life of the world in which the handsome dingo had spent her days and attained her high position as the acknowledged belle and beauty of her range. 1 hour afterwards, however, he knew quite a good deal about it. Possibly from a sense of gallantry, or it may have been because the trail was a new one to him, Finn trotted slightly behind his mate, his muzzle about level with her flank. His great bulk was less noticeable now in relation to the size of his companion, partly by reason of the coquettish pride which puffed out Warrigal's fine coat, and the lofty way in which she pranced along, and partly because Finn had now adopted his usual trailing deportment and exaggerated it a little, owing to his being on a strange trail. He went warily, with hind quarters carried well under him, ready for springing, and that suggestion of tenseness about his whole body which made it actually, as well as apparently, lower to the ground than when he stood erect. As for Warrigal, she trod a home trail, and one in which she was accustomed to meet with deferential treatment from all and sundry. The law of her race prevented a male dingo from attacking her, and no female in that countryside would have cared to face Warrigal in single combat. The country grew wilder and more rugged as the newly mated pair advanced, and as they drew near the foot-hills surrounding Mount Desolation, the bush thinned out and the ground became stony, with here and there big lichen-covered boulders standing alone, like huge bowls upon a giant's green. Then came a patch of thin, starveling-looking trees, mere bones of trees, half of whose skin was missing. Suddenly Warrigal gave a hard, long sniff, and then a growl of warning to Finn. She would have barked if she had known how, but her race do not bark, though they can growl and snarl with the best, and besides have a peculiar cry of their own, which is not easy to describe other than as something midway between a howl and a roar. Finn recognized the growls as warning clearly enough, and all his muscles were gathered together for action on the instant. But he had no idea what sort of danger to expect, or whether it was danger, or merely the need of hunting care that his mate had in mind. He knew all about it some 2 seconds later, however. The starveling trees, with the mean, wiry scrub that grew between them, had served as cover for 2 lusty males of Warrigal's tribe. Cousins of hers they were, as a matter of fact, though she had never known the kinship, both of whom had waked that day to the fact that Warrigal was eminently desirable as a mate. Now, in one instant they flew at Finn, one from either side of the trail on which he trotted with Warrigal. Warrigal herself slid forward, a swiftly moving shadow, her brush to the earth, her hind quarters seeming to melt into nothingness as the jaws of her cousins slashed behind her on either side of Finn's throat. Then, when there were a dozen paces between herself and her new mate, she wheeled and stopped, sitting erect on her haunches, a well-behaved and deeply interested spectator. Finn suffered for his ignorance of what to expect, as in the wild all folk must suffer for ignorance. It is only in our part of the world that a series of protecting barriers has been erected between the individual and the natural penalties attaching to ignorance and wrong-doing. Some of these barriers are doubtless sources of justifiable pride, but in the wild the confirmed loafer, for example, the vicious and idle parasite, is an unknown institution. The same practically holds good even of humans when they live close to nature in a stern climate, as, for instance, on the Canadian prairie, but never in great cities or other places from which nature is largely shut out. The penalty Finn paid was this, that he was cut to the bone upon his right and his left shoulders by the flashing teeth of his mate's stalwart young cousins. They had both aimed for the more deadly mark, the throat, but were not accustomed to foes of Finn's great height, and had not gauged his stature correctly as he trotted down the trail. Their own shoulder bones were a good foot nearer the earth than Finn's, and his neck towered above the point their jaws reached when they sprang. Wolf-like, they leaped aside after the first blow, making no attempt to hold on to their prey. And now, before the keenly watchful eyes of Warrigal, there began the finest fight of her experience. Regarding her mate's good looks, she had more than satisfied herself. Here was her opportunity to judge of his prowess, in a world wherein all questions are submitted to the arbitrament of tooth and claw in physical combat. And keenly the handsome dingo judged. Watchfully she weighed the varying chances of the fray. Not a single movement in all the dazzling swiftness of that fight but received her studious and calculating attention, her expert appraisement of its precise value. As the fight progressed from its marvellously sudden beginning, her unspoken comments ran somewhat after this fashion: "He is not so quick as our kind, as yet. He is marvellously strong. He is not smart enough in the retreat after biting. His jaws are like the men folk's steel traps when they do get home. He misses the leg hold every time, and that is surely foolish, for he could cripple them there in an instant. My teeth and claws, but what a neck he must have! It is reckless the way he leaves his great legs unguarded. Save me from traps and gins! Saw dingo ever such a mighty leap?" In the first moments of that fight the two dingoes were half drunk from pride. It seemed certain to them that they would easily overcome the giant stranger. Indeed, Black Tip, the bigger of the two, who had a black bush at the end of his fine tail, actually seized the opportunity of taking a lightning cut at one of the forelegs of his cousin in the confusion of a rush in upon the Wolfhound, feeling that it was as well to get what start he could in dealing with the remaining claimant for Warrigal's hand. He counted the Wolfhound dead, and wanted to reduce his cousin's chances in the subsequent fight that he knew would be waged to secure possession of Warrigal. It was sharp practice, according to our standards in such matters, but perfectly justifiable according to the laws of the wild, where the one thing demanded is ultimate success, survival. But though morally justified, Black Tip was actually at fault, and guilty of a grave error of judgment. Finn took much longer than one of Black Tip's kindred would have taken to realize the exact nature of his situation and to act accordingly. But, as against that, he was a terrible foe when once he did settle down to work, and further, his mighty muscles and magnificent stature, though they could not justify either recklessness or slackness, which nothing ever can justify in the wild, did certainly enable him to take certain liberties in a fight which would have meant death for a lesser creature. But Finn had been learning a great deal lately, and now, once he had got into his stride, so to say, he fought a good deal more in wolf fashion than he would have done a few months earlier. And in addition, he had his own fashion and powers the dingoes knew not of in reserve. At first he snapped savagely upon one side only, leaving his unprotected side open to the swift lacerations of Black Tip's sharp fangs. But even then he was backing gradually towards a boulder beside the trail, and the moment he felt the friendly touch of the lichen-covered stone behind him, his onslaught became double-edged and terrible as forked lightning. He was kept too busy as yet to think of death blows. Both dingoes saw to that for him, their jaws being never far from one side or the other of his neck or his forelegs. But though as yet he gave them nothing of his great weight, he was slashing them cruelly about the necks and shoulders, and once, when Warrigal swore by her teeth and claws it was, he managed to pluck Black Tip's cousin bodily from the earth and fling him by the neck clean over a low bush. A piece of the dingo's neck, by the way, remained in Finn's jaws, and spoiled half the effect of his next slash at Black Tip's shoulder. But from that moment Black Tip lost for good and all his illusion in the matter of the stranger being as good as dead. When the sorely wounded dingo, who had been flung aside as if he were a rat, returned to the fray, his eyes were like red coals, and his heart was as full of deadly venom as a death-adder's fangs. His neck was tolerably red, too. It was from there that his eyes drew their bloody glare. He crawled round the far side of the boulder, close to the ground, like a weasel, and, despairing of the throat-hold, fastened his fangs into one of Finn's thighs, with a view to hamstringing, while the Wolfhound was occupied in feinting for a plunge at Black Tip's bristling neck. It was the death hold that Finn aimed at, but the sudden grip of fire in his thigh was a matter claiming instant attention. And it was then that the Wolfhound achieved the amazing leap that made Warrigal swear by traps and gins. He leaped straight up into the air, with the sorely wounded cousin hanging to his thigh, and Blacktip snapping at his near foreleg, and in mid-air he twisted his whole great body so that he descended to earth again in a coil, with his mighty jaws closed in the throat of Blacktip's cousin. His fangs met, he gave one terrible shake of his massive neck and head, and when the dingo fell from his jaws this time, 2 clear yards away, its throat was open to the night air, and it had entered upon the sleep from which there is no awakening. Finn was bleeding now from a dozen notable wounds, but it was not in nature that Blacktip single-handed should overcome him, and Blacktip knew it. The big dingo ceased now to think of killing, and concentrated his flagging energies solely upon 2 points: getting away alive, and putting up a fight which should not disgrace him in Warrigal's watchful eyes. He achieved his end partly by virtue of his own pluck and dexterity, and partly because his smell reminded Finn of Warrigal, and so softened the killing lust in the Wolfhound. Finn could handle the one dingo with great ease, even wounded as he was, and because of that smell he had no particular desire to kill. Indeed, he rolled Blacktip over once, and could have torn the throat from him, but caught him by the loose skin and coat instead, and flung him aside with a ferocious, growling snarl, in the tail end of which there was a note which said plainly, "Begone, while you may." And Blacktip, with life before him, and desire in his heart where Warrigal was concerned, was exceedingly glad of the chance to bound off into the scrub with a long, fierce snarl, which he hoped would place him well in Warrigal's esteem, though he was perfectly aware that it could not deceive Finn. Then, when it was quite clear that Blacktip had really gone, having taken all the fight he could stand, Warrigal stepped forward mincingly and fell to licking Finn's wounds with strongly approving tenderness and assiduity. Her mate had fought valiantly and doughtily for Warrigal, and she was proud of him. Proud, too, of her own perspicacity and allurements in having drawn him to herself. A savage creature was Warrigal, and a brave and quite relentless enemy, the marks of whose fangs more than one fighting member of her race, and more than one powerful kangaroo, would carry always. But she was very feminine with it all, and the remarks she murmured to her great grey lord, while her solicitous tongue smoothed down the edges of his wounds, were sweetly flattering, and vastly stimulating to Finn's passion and his pride. And then, when between the 2 busy tongues every wound had received its share of healing attention and antiseptic dressing, Warrigal moved slowly off down the trail, throwing a winsome look of unqualified invitation over her right shoulder to Finn, so that the Wolfhound stepped grandly after her, with assumed unconsciousness of his many wounds, as who should say, "It is nothing, my dear child, nothing at all, this trivial incident, by the way. If there is any more champions of your tribe about, let them come on while I am in the vein for such sport." But, as a matter of fact, though it was true he would cheerfully have fought all night at his mate's bidding, Finn was none the less glad now to have peace and rest, for the dingo's champions' methods of attack were marvellously swift and telling, and the wounds they had inflicted, while not very serious, were certainly numerous and sore. Immediately below the crest of a sharply rising spur of the great mountain they came upon the entrance to Warrigal's own den, which was masked and roofed in by the spreading roots of a fallen tree. The mouth of the den was narrow and very low for one of Finn's stature, but he bent his aching body gladly and followed his mate in, to find that the den itself was comparatively roomy and capable of accommodating half a dozen dingoes. As a matter of fact, it had been the den of Warrigal's mother, but it was more than a year now since that mother had fallen to a boundary rider's gun. The father had gone off to another range with a second wife, and Warrigal's brothers and sisters had each been vanquished in turn and given to understand that this den was now the sole and exclusive property of their big sister. Finn sniffed curiously all around the walls of the den, and finding them permeated with the scent of Warrigal, and with that scent only, he lay down there restfully, stretching himself to the full extent of his great length, and sighing out his pleasure in being at ease. Warrigal sat gravely erect beside him, admiring the vast spread of his limbs. From tip of nose to tip of tail he covered practically the whole width of the den, which was a shade over 7½ feet. The dingo looked over her mate's wounds once more, giving an occasional lick here and there, and then, with a little grunt of gratified pride and content, she curled herself round, after circling 3 or 4 times, and went to sleep under the lee of Finn's mighty hind quarters, her muzzle tucked under the spreading hair of her tail, and one eye, half opened, resting upon her lord. 2 hours later Warrigal rose softly and went out to inspect the night. She found the world bathed in a shining glory of silken moonlight, bright as day, but infinitely more alluring and mysteriously beautiful. After gazing out at this wonderful panorama for a few minutes, and drawing in information through her nostrils of the doings of the wild, Warrigal sat down on her haunches, and raised her not very melodious voice in the curious dingo cry, which is a sort of growling howl. Next instant Finn was beside her, with lolling tongue and sensitively questioning nostrils. She gave him one sidelong look which seemed to say, "You here? Why, what an odd coincidence that you also should have waked and come out here. I wonder why you came." Not but what, of course, she knew perfectly well what had brought the Wolfhound to her side. She had called of good set purpose, but in her feminine way she preferred to let it appear that Finn joined her of his own volition. It may be assumed that the remark she made to him at this point was a comment upon the fineness of the night and the undoubted beauty of that glamorous silvern sheen through which the pair of them gazed out at Tynagh. In the next minute the two began to play together like young cats, there on the sandy ledge of moon-kissed stone that stretched for yards on either side of the den's mouth. Perhaps it was then, rather than in the afternoon hours which came earlier, that Finn courted Warrigal. The stinging of his wounds, caused by the rapid sinuous movements with which he danced about his mate, seemed only to add zest to his love-making. They were, after all, no more than love-tokens, these fang-marks and scratches, and Finn rejoiced in them as such. He had fought for Warrigal, and was ready and willing to fight for her again. And this his mate was most sweet to him, so deft, so agile, and so swift, so strong and supple, and withal so instant in response to his gallantries. The night air was sweet, too, to headiness, and the moonlight seemed to run like quicksilver in Finn's veins. Certainly, he told himself, this new life in the wild, this life of matehood, was a good thing. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, The Pack and its Masters. When Finn took up his abode in the den of his mate Warrigal, he entered what was to him an entirely new world, and this new world was in fact one of the most interesting corners of the wild in all Australia. For example, when Finn and Warrigal tired of their play on the flat ledge outside their den, the moon had set, and in the eastern sky there was visible the first grey hint of coming dawn. In that strange ghostly light, which gave a certain cloak of mystery even to such common objects as tree stumps and boulders of rock, Finn saw 2 unfamiliar figures emerge from the scrub below the spur next that of Warrigal's den, and began slowly to climb toward Mount Desolation itself. There was a deep, steep-sided gully between Finn and these strange figures, but even at that distance the Wolfhound was conscious of a strong sense of hostility toward the creatures he watched. Their scent had not reached him, because the spur they climbed was to leeward, yet his hackles rose as he gazed at the ghostly figures, whose shapes loomed huge and threatening against the violet-grey skyline. The Wolfhound and his mate were just about to enter their den, and Finn touched Warrigal with his muzzle, pointing meaningly at the strangers. Warrigal looked, and though her shoulder hairs did not rise at all, her lips curled backward a little from white fangs as she indicated that these figures were perfectly well known to her. The foremost of them was of great length and bulk, low to the ground, and a savage in every line of his massive frame. His tail, carried without any curve in it, was smooth and tapering, like a rat's tail. His chest was of immense depth, and his truncated muzzle was carried high, jaws slightly parted, long yellow tusks exposed. In general outline he was not unlike a hyena, but with more of strength and fleetness in his general make-up, more, perhaps, of the suggestion of a great wolf, with an unusually savage-looking head and an abnormally massive shoulder. From spine to flank on either side the strange creature was striped like a zebra, the ground colour of his coat being a light yellowish-grey and the stripes black. This was old Tasman, the zebra wolf, who had been turned loose in that countryside 6 years before with a mate of his species, who had died during the first year of their life in the Tynagh. Behind Tasman, burdened with the weight of a fat wallaby which he dragged over one shoulder, marched Lupus, his son, now almost 4 years old, and the acknowledged master of Mount Desolation. Lupus had none of his sire's stripes, and his tail, though not so bushy as a dingo's, was well covered with hair. He was longer in the muzzle and more shapely in the loin than his father. Lupus, in fact, was a half-bred dingo, differing from other dingoes of the Mount Desolation pack only inasmuch as that he was greater than the rest, more massive in trunk and shoulder, more terrible in tooth and claw. His feet were weapons almost as deadly as a bear's feet, by which I mean the feet of the northern and western bear, and not those of inoffensive koala. His loins and thighs were those of a fleet runner, and his forepart, in every hair of it, was that of a killer. Tasman was feared on that range rather as a tradition than as a killer. Lupus was feared and obeyed as an actual living ruler. It was many months since Warrigal had seen the old wolf Tasman, but Lupus was abroad every night of his life. Also his eyes, unlike those of his terrible old sire, could face the daylight. All the wild folk knew that Tasman was like an owl by day. Light actually hurt him. Lupus was not fond of the light, but he could endure well enough, and kill by it if need be, as was well known. He still shared with his savage old sire the den in which he had been born, deep in the heart of Mount Desolation, and it was stated among the wild folk that he had killed his own mother towards the end of his first year of life, and that he and Tasman had devoured her body during a season of drought and poor hunting. Be that as it may, her blood had given Lupus his rating in the Mount Desolation country as a dingo, and his own prowess and ferocity had given him his unquestioned rank as leader and master of the pack. He had never openly preyed upon the pack, but he had killed a round half-dozen of its members who dared to thwart him at different times, and the manner of their killing had been such as to form material for ghastly anecdotes with which the mothers of that range frightened their offspring into good and careful behaviour. It was supposed that Tasman did not hunt now, and that Lupus hunted for him, but venturesome creatures of the wild, who had dared to climb the upper slopes of Mount Desolation, claimed to have seen Tasman foraging there after insects and grubs; and as for Lupus, his hunting was sufficiently well known to all on the lower ground. And in the meantime, though Tasman was credited with very great age, there was no creature in that countryside who would have dared to face the old wolf alone. It was not very much of all this that Warrigal managed to convey to her mate, as they stared out through the grey mist at these strange creatures. But Finn was profoundly and resentfully impressed by what he did gather from her. The shuddering way in which she wriggled her shoulders and shook her bushy coat, before turning into the den for rest after their long play in the moonlight, told Finn a great deal, and it was information which he never forgot. It did not seem fitting to the great Wolfhound that his brave, lissome mate should be moved to precisely that shuddering kind of shoulder movement by the sight of any living thing, and now, before following her into the den, he stepped well forward to the edge of the flat rock, and barked fierce defiance in the direction of old Tasman and his redoubtable son. Lupus dropped his burden in sheer amazement, and father and son both faced round in Finn's direction and glared at him across the intervening ravine. It was a fine picture they saw through the ghostly, misty, grey half-light, which already was getting too strong for Tasman's eyes, over which the nictitating membrane was being drawn nervously to and fro as a mark of irritation. Finn was standing, royally erect, at the extreme edge of his flat table of rock, from which the side of the gully sloped precipitately. His tail curved grandly out behind him, carried high like his massive head. That head was more than 14 inches long, and when, as now, its jaws were parted to the expression of anger and defiance, and all its wealth of brows and beard were bristling, like the hair of the grandly curving neck behind it, and of the massive shoulders 36 inches above the ground, which supported that neck, the sight of it was awe-inspiring, and a far more formidable picture than any dingo in the world could possibly present. Tasman and Lupus glared at this picture for fully 2 minutes, while themselves emitting a continuous snarling growl of singular concentrated intensity and ferocity. This savage snarl was not the least among their weapons of offence and defence. Its ferocity was very cowing in effect, and had before now gone more than half-way towards deciding a combat. It introduced something not unlike paralysis into the muscles and limbs of the lesser creatures of the bush when they heard it. In hunting it might almost be said to have played the part of a first blow, and a deadly one at that. On this occasion it merely served to add wrath and fierceness and volume to the roar of Finn's deep bay. As the light in the east strengthened, old Tasman's eyes blinked furiously, and his snarl died down to a savagely irritable grunt as he turned again to the mountain. Lupus bent his head, still snarling, to pick up his heavy kill, and together the two trailed off up the mountain-side to their den, full of angry bitterness. They had not eaten since the small hours of the previous day, and both were anxious to reach the twilit shelter of their stony mountain den, where they would feed before sleeping, among the whitened, mouldering bones that told of 6 long years of hunting and lordship, bones which probably included those of Lupus's own dam. No creature of that range other than themselves had ever seen the inside of this den and lived. No man had ever set his foot there, for the climbing of Mount Desolation was a thankless task for all save such as Tasman and Lupus, who liked its naked ruggedness and its commanding inaccessibility high above the loftiest of the caves inhabited by other wild folk of the countryside. Barking fiercely at intervals, Finn watched the savage lords of Mount Desolation ascending, till their forms were lost among the crevices and boulders of the hillside, and then, with a final far-reaching roar, he turned and entered the den, where Warrigal sat waiting for him, and softly growling a response to his war-cries. This defiance of the admitted lords of the range was not altogether without its ground of alarm for Warrigal. Its utter recklessness made the skin over her shoulders twitch, but it was something to have a mate who could dare so much, even in ignorance. Long after Finn had closed his eyes in sleep, Warrigal lay watching him with a queer light of pride and admiring devotion in her wild yellow eyes. The afternoon was well advanced when Finn and Warrigal finally sallied forth from their den in quest of food, though in between short sleeps they had lounged about in the vicinity of the den several times during the morning, and Finn had accustomed himself to the bearings of his new home and taken in the general lie of the land thereabouts. Now, before they crossed the patch of starveling bush that skirted the foot of their particular ridge, they were approached by Black Tip and two friends of his, who were also preparing for the evening hunt. Warrigal growled warningly as the three dingoes approached, but it seemed that Black Tip had spread abroad news of the coming of the Wolfhound in such a manner as to disarm hostility. It was with the most exaggerated respectfulness that the dingoes circled, sniffing, about Finn's legs, their bushy tails carried deferentially near the ground. Seeing the friendliness of their intentions, Finn wagged his tail at them, whereat they all leaped from him in sudden alarm as though he had snapped. Finn's jaws parted in amusement, and his great tail continued to wag, while he gave friendly greetings through his nostrils, and made it quite clear that he entertained no hostile feeling toward his mate's kindred. After this the dingoes took heart of grace, and there was a general all-around sniffing, which occupied fully 10 minutes. Finn stood quite still, his magnificent body erect and stretched to its full length. Occasionally he lowered his head condescendingly to take a sniff at one or other of the dingoes, who were employed in gravely circling about him as though to familiarize themselves with every aspect of his anatomy, with eyes and noses all busy. During this time Warrigal sat a little to one side, her face wearing an elaborately assumed expression of aloofness, of lofty unconsciousness, and of some disdain. Finally, the whole 5 of them trotted off into the bush, and then it was noticeable that Warrigal clung closely to Finn's near side. If any small accident of the trail caused a change in the position of the dingoes, Finn instantly dropped back a pace or two, and a quick look from him was sufficient to send the straying dingo back to his place on the Wolfhound's off side. There was no talk about it, but from the beginning it was clearly understood, first, that Finn was absolutely master there, and secondly, that place on his near side was strictly reserved for his mate, and for his mate only. That no creature might approach her except through him. The manner in which Finn's will in this matter was recognized and respected was very striking indeed. It meant much, for from the point of view of the 3 dingoes, Warrigal appeared at that time in the light of an exceedingly desirable mate, and one for whose favour the 3 of them would assuredly have fought to the last gasp that night, but for the dominating presence of the great Wolfhound. Finn appeared to lead the hunting party, but its real leader that evening was Warrigal, who had taken note on the previous day of the exact whereabouts of a big mother kangaroo. She now desired 2 things, a good supper and an opportunity of displaying before the 3 dingoes the fighting prowess of her lord. Black Tip had had his lesson, as various open wounds on his body then testified, but it was as well that his friends should see something of Finn's might for themselves, apart from the information they had clearly received. That was how Warrigal thought of it, and she knew a good deal about mother kangaroos as well as dingoes. She knew, for instance, that they were more feared by dingoes than the old men of their species, and that, even with the assistance of his 2 friends and herself, Black Tip would not have thought of attacking such prey while there were lesser creatures in plenty to be hunted. In due course Warrigal winded the mother kangaroo, and conveyed instant warning to Finn and the others by a sudden checking of her pace. Silent as wraiths between the shadowy tree trunks then, Finn and the 4 dingoes stalked their prey, describing a considerable circle in order to approach from good cover. To Warrigal's keen disappointment, they found, as they topped a little scrub-covered ridge, that the mother kangaroo was feeding with a mob of 7, under the guidance of a big red oldman. Then she conceived the bold plan of cutting out the mother kangaroo from the mob, and trusting to Finn to pull her down. This plan she conveyed to her fellow hunters by means of that telepathic method of communication which is as yet little comprehended by menfolk. One quick look and thrust of her muzzle asked Finn to play his independent part, and another, flung with apparent carelessness across her right shoulder, bade the three dingoes follow her in the work of cutting out. It was a careful, silent stalk until the hunters were within 10 yards of the quarry, and then, with a terrifying yowl of triumph, a living rope of dingoes, 4 of them, nose to tail, was flung between the big mother kangaroo and the rest of the mob. The red old man gave one panic-smitten look round his flock, and then they were off like the wind, in big 20-foot bounds. But the mother could not bring herself to leap in their direction, by reason of the yowling streak of snapping dingoes which had flung itself between them. She sprang off at a tangent, and as she made her 7th or 8th bound, terror filled her heart almost to bursting, as a roaring grey cloud swept upon her from her right quarter, and she felt the burning thrust of Finn's fangs in her neck. She sat up valiantly to fight for her life and the young life in her pouch, and her left hind leg, with its chisel claws, sawed the air like a pump handle. The dingoes knew that it would be death, for 1 or 2 of them at all events, to face those out-thrust chisels. They surrounded the big beast in a snarling, yowling circle, and gnashed their white fangs together with a view to establishing the paralysis of terror. But they did not advance as yet. Finn slipped once, when he tried to take fresh hold, and in that instant the kangaroo slashed him deeply in the groin. But the wound was her own death warrant, for it filled the Wolfhound with fighting rage, and in another instant there was a broken neck between his mighty jaws, and warm blood was running over the red-brown fur of the kangaroo as her body fell sideways, with Finn upon it. The 3 other dingoes approached the kill with Warrigal, but she snarled at them, and a swift turn of Finn's head told them to beware. In the end Warrigal settled down to make a meal at one side of the kangaroo's hindquarters, Finn took the other side, and the 3 dingoes were given their will of the forepart. There was more than enough for all, and though, when they left the kill to the lesser carnivora of that quarter, Finn carried a good meal with him between his jaws, it was not that he needed it for himself, but that he wished to place it in the den at Warrigal's disposal. A little attention which earned for him various marks of his mate's cordial approval. She was extremely pleased to have this evidence of Finn's forethoughtfulness as a breadwinner. Instinct told her the value and importance of this quality in a mate, and while she carefully dressed the wound in her lord's groin that night, Black Tip and his friends, with much chop-licking, spread abroad the story of their glorious hunting and of Finn's might as a killer. They vowed that a more terrible fighter and a greater master than Lupus, or than his even more terrible sire, whom few of them had seen, had come to Mount Desolation, and old dingoes shook their grey heads, feeling that they lived in strange and troublous times. But as for Lupus, he was ranging the trails at that moment on an empty stomach, in savage quest of no other than this same stranger who had dared to defy him, and challenge his hitherto unquestioned mastery over the dingoes and lesser wild folk of that range. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Single Combat. Even while he hunted, the irritating thought of the creature who had barked defiantly at him remained with Lupus, and was not softened by the fact that he missed 2 kills and failed to find other game. As a fact, he was in no real need of killing, for he had fed during the afternoon on the remains of the wallaby he had dragged up the hill early that morning. This was probably why he missed 2 kills. When empty, it was rare indeed for him to miss. And now, with irritation added to the anger of his recollection of the Wolfhound, he happened by pure chance upon the warm trail of Warrigal and the others who had accompanied Finn that night. This led him to the remains of the mother kangaroo, where he disturbed some lesser creatures who were supping at their ease. Lupus had no mind to leave bones with good fresh meat on them, and when he turned away again on Finn's trail, the unfamiliar scent of which raised the stiff bristles on his back, till he looked like a hyena, there was nothing much left for the ants or the flesh-eating rats and mice of the bush. Finn's home trail was still fresh, and Lupus followed it easily, growling to himself as he noted its friendly proximity to the trails he knew well, of Blacktip and Warrigal and the rest. Lupus told himself these dingoes needed a lesson, and should have it. He licked his chops then over a recollection of sundry whiffs and glimpses which had interested him of late in Warrigal, and as his nose dropped low over her trail on the near side of Finn's, it was borne in upon Lupus that it would be well for him to have a mate, and that Warrigal would be a pleasing occupant of that post. The stranger must be removed once and for all. Lupus growled low in his throat. Blacktip and his friends must be cautioned severely, and then Warrigal should receive high honours and great favour. So Lupus pieced the matter out in his mind while loping heavily along Finn's trail, while among the starveling trees near the mountain's foot Blacktip and his friends discussed the newcomer's prowess, while in the den on the first spur Finn lay dozing under the admiring eyes of his mate, who did not greatly care for sleep at night. Regarded as a fighting animal, the thing which really formed the keynote of Lupus's character was the fact that he had never met a creature he could not overcome. He had never tasted defeat, unless, conceivably, in his younger days, from old Tasman. It did not occur to him that any creature could face him in serious combat and survive. Before Lupus touched the first loose stone of the trail leading up the hill to Warrigal's den, the people of the scrub below were all aware of his passage, and Blacktip, with 7 other dingoes who did not happen to be away hunting, were following up the same trail in fan-shaped formation and at a respectful distance behind the master of the range. Halfway up the rugged side of the spur, his unbeaten insolence betrayed Lupus into what the wild folk considered an unsportsmanlike and stupid mistake. He paused for a moment and bellowed forth a threatening and peremptory announcement of his coming in the form of a hoarse, grating howl of challenge, which could have been heard a mile away. Then he proceeded on his upward way slowly, because he was fully fed, carelessly, because he had never known defeat, but with determination, because he was bent upon ridding the range of one who had flung defiance at him across the gully, and because, the more he thought of it, and recalled various small matters of recent experience and connected with the trail he then followed, the more ardent became his desire to possess Warrigal for a mate. Warrigal's friendly warning to Finn was not needed. In the same instant that Lupus's hoarse cry fell upon his ears, he was awake and alert, and perfectly conscious as to the source of the cry. He knew that it came from the great wolf dingo, whose passage he had challenged in the dawning of that day. He recognized the voice, and read clearly enough the meaning of the cry. He knew that this was a more considerable enemy than any he had faced as yet, and there was time in the moment of his waking for regret to flash through his mind that the challenge should have come now, while his whole body was scarred with unhealed wounds, and his left thigh was stiff from the punishing slash of the kangaroo's mailed foot. In the next moment he was outside the mouth of the den, his deep, fierce bark rending the silence of the night. The 8 dingoes who followed in Lupus's trail heard the bark, and glanced one at another in meaning comment thereon. Never was a leader of men or beasts more cordially hated than Lupus. There was not a dingo who could call his leadership into question. Even the young and daring members of the pack, who pretended to scoff at the traditional awe in which Tasman was held, admitted the tyrannical mastership of Lupus as something ever present and unavoidable. But that, by no manner of means, lessened their cordial hatred of the fierce half-breed, with his massive neck and shoulders that fangs seemed powerless to hurt, his jaws, which were as swift as they were mighty to rend, and his claws, which were as terrible as those of an oldman kangaroo, and more deadly in action because he had 4 sets of them. Black Tip experienced a generous sensation of sympathy and pity for Finn, and so did the 2 friends of his who had fed that night upon good fresh kangaroo flesh. But they, like all the others, were keen to see the coming fight, and to act accordingly. The question of what was to become of Warrigal had occurred with interest to each one of them, for she was eminently desirable just then to all her kind. Fierce, savage, and justly feared though he was physically, Lupus was mentally a sluggish beast, and not over and above intelligent. In this he favoured his sire, who was slow-moving, sluggish, and withal as fierce as any weasel, and immensely powerful. When Lupus caught his first glimpse of the creature he had come to slay, he had a momentary thrill of uneasiness, but it was no more than momentary. Finn's towering form stood out clearly in the moonlight, as he stood, with tail curved upward and hackles erect, on the stone ledge outside the den. Lupus was scaling an extremely steep section of the trail at the moment, and, seen against the skyline, Finn seemed monstrous. But in justice one should say that Lupus knew nothing of fear. It was only that for a moment, as he dragged his full-fed weight upward over the stones, the thought passed through his dull mind that this was surely a strange sort of dingo, and extraordinarily tall. Finn was, as a matter of fact, 10 inches taller than any other dingo on that range except Lupus, and 4 inches taller than he. Lupus was half as heavy again as any other dingo on the range, but though he knew it not, Finn was 20 pounds heavier than he. But Lupus always had killed every animal that he had met in combat, and it did not for an instant occur to him that he might fail to kill this newcomer. And then there was Warrigal. He got her scent now as she emerged, crouching, from the den. He wanted Warrigal for his mate, and he would have her. Finn was standing in the middle of the flat ledge outside the den, and he neither advanced or retreated a single step as Lupus drew nearer. He simply bayed, at intervals, like a minute gun, and scratched a little at the sandy rock beneath him with his right forefoot. Once Warrigal, snarling savagely, ranged up alongside him, but he sent her back to the mouth of the den with a peremptory growl which admitted of no argument. "This is my affair," his growl said. "Stay you back there in the doorway." And Warrigal, like the good spouse she was, retreated to the mouth of the den. Just then Lupus landed on the rock ledge with a hectoring snarl which betrayed extravagance in a commodity he could ill afford to waste — breath. He plunged forward upon Finn with the clumsiness of a buffalo, and for his instruction received a slashing bite across one shoulder and a chest thrust which sent him rolling backward off the ledge to the trail below, on his back. A dingo in Finn's place would have leaped upon him then, and, it may be, the fight would have ended suddenly, for even so redoubtable a foe as Lupus is of no very great account if he can be seized when on his back, with all 4 feet in the air. Black Tip and his companions in the rear drew in their breath sharply. They had never before seen Lupus on his back, and if he had stayed there another second he would have had their fangs to reckon with. But his reception by the stranger taught Lupus something, and the enemy that faced Finn for the second assault was a far more deadly one than the Lupus of a few moments earlier. Finn had scorned to pursue his fallen foe, but it would have been better for him if he had had less pride. The fan-shaped line of watching dingoes closed in a little as Lupus remounted the rocky ledge, with a blood-curdling snarl and an awe-inspiring exposure of his gleaming fangs. In another instant the two were at grips, and Finn realized that he was engaged in a fight for life, and a far more serious combat than any he had known before. The mere weight of impact with the wolf dingo was sufficient to tell Finn this, and for the infinitesimal fraction of an instant he felt a sense of fatality and doom when his opponent's tremendously powerful jaws closed over the upper part of his right foreleg. In the next instant Finn had torn one of Lupus's ears in half, and the terrible grip on his leg was relaxed. The Wolfhound sprang completely over the wolf dingo and took a slashing bite at the creature's haunches as he descended. Then they rose one at the other, like bears standing erect, and meeting jaw to jaw in mid-air, with a flashing and crashing of fangs which sent a thrill of excitement along the line of watching dingoes, who realized now that they were looking on at the greatest spectacle of their lives. Lupus missed his grip that time, but so did Finn, being unable to withstand the violent, sidelong wrench which snatched the enemy's neck from his jaws. And as they came to earth again, Lupus secured firm hold upon Finn's leg in the same grip that he had obtained before. The grip was so vice-like and punishing as to flash panic into Finn's very soul, such as an animal knows when trapped by a man's device in unyielding steel. It was only by a violent twist of his neck that he could bring his jaws into action upon Lupus at all. But panic drove, and the long, immensely powerful neck was curved sufficiently. His jaws took the wolf dingo at the back of the head, and one of his lower canines actually penetrated Lupus's lower jaw, causing him the most excruciating pain, so that he emitted a sound more like a hoarse scream than a growl, and snatched his head back swiftly from so terrible a punishment. That was the last time in this fight that Finn's legs were in serious danger. He had learned his lesson, and from that point onward, no matter what punishment his shoulders might receive, his hanging jaws, from which the blood dripped now, effectually guarded his legs. From this point, too, Lupus seemed to have centred all his desires upon the Wolfhound's throat. An underhold was what he sought, and in the pursuit of that he seemed prepared for and capable of standing any amount of punishment. The line of watching dingoes was still and silent as a line of statuary. It seemed they hardly drew breath, so intent was their preoccupation. Warrigal, too, stuck closely to her position, but she was not silent. A low, continuous snarl issued from her parted jaws, and the updrawn line of her lips showed white and glistening in the moonlight. She had been ordered to the rear by her mate, but the waiting dingoes on the trail below realized that if Finn were to be laid low, there would still be fighting to be done on that ledge of rock, and fighting of a deadly sort at that, from which there would be no escaping. In one sense, the Wolfhound's great height was against him now, since it placed Lupus in a more favourable position for securing the underhold upon which he was intent. But, as against that, it gave Finn readier access to the hold which in all his fights hitherto he had made fatal, the hold which a terrier takes upon a rat. But Lupus was no rat, and Finn had already found more than once that even his mighty jaws were not powerful enough to give killing pressure through all the mass of harsh bristles and thick rolling skin and flesh which protected Lupus's spinal cord at the neck. 3 times during the later stages of the fight Lupus managed to ward off attack with a lightning stroke of one forefoot, the claws of which scored deep into Finn's muzzle and neck. In one case, opening a lesser vein and sending the red blood rushing over his iron-grey coat. It seemed the long claws of the wolf dingo were almost more deadly than his snapping jaws. The flow of his own blood seemed to madden Finn, and he made a plunge for his enemy's neck. Lupus sat erect, and like a boxer or a big bear, warded off the plunge with a violent sweeping blow of his right paw. There was a quick flash of bloody, foam-flecked fangs, and the deadly paw was crushed between Finn's jaws. The pain of the crushing drew a screeching howl from Lupus, and in that same instant a powerful upward twist of Finn's neck threw him fairly on his back, snarling despairingly. One could not measure the fraction of time which elapsed between Finn's release of the crushed foot and his seizure of the throat, the deadly underhold. The wolf dingo's bristles were thin there, and the skin comparatively soft. The fight was for life, and it was the whole of the Wolfhound's great strength that he put into his grip. Lupus's entire frame, every inch of it, writhed and twisted convulsively like the body of a huge cat in torment. Finn's fangs sank half an inch deeper. The wolf dingo's claws tore impotently at space, and his body squirmed almost into a ball. Finn's fangs sank half an inch deeper, and hot blood gushed between them. Lupus's great body hunched itself into an almost erect position from the shoulder blades. He was standing on his shoulders. Then, as in a convulsion, one of his hind legs was lowered in order that it might saw upward, scoring 3 deep furrows down the side of the Wolfhound's neck. Finn's fangs met in the red center of his enemy's throat. There was a faint grunt, a final spasm of muscular activity, and then Finn drew back and shook his dripping muzzle in the air. The fierce Lord of Mount Desolation had entered upon the long sleep. His lordship was ended. Finn sank back upon his haunches, gasping, with a length of scarlet, foam-streaked tongue dangling from one side of his jaws. The watching line of dingoes advanced 2 paces. Warrigal, stepping forward to her mate's side, snarled warningly. But Finn pushed her gently with his lacerated muzzle, and turning then to the watchful dingoes below, he emitted a little whinnying sound which said plainly, "You are welcome here." Acting upon this, Blacktip moved slowly, deferentially forward, and climbed the flat ledge of rock, his bushy tail respectfully curled between his legs. Long and thoroughly he sniffed at the dead body of the terrible Lupus, and then he looked round at his still waiting companions, and whined as he walked back toward them. In 2s and 3s the dingoes followed Blacktip's lead, and climbed the flat rock to sniff their dead tyrant, and satisfied themselves that he had indeed entered upon the long sleep. And the gesture in Finn's direction with which they turned away from the rock was as near to being a salutation and obeisance as anything that mortal dingo has ever achieved. And when the last of the band, reinforced now by 6 others who had been hastily summoned from their hunting near by, had paid his visit of inspection, Finn did a curious thing which probably no dingo would ever have done. He moved slowly forward on his aching limbs, gripped the dead body firmly by the neck, and heaved it down from the flat rock to the trail below. Then he barked aloud a message which said plainly, "Here's your old lord and tyrant. Take him away, and leave me now." Blacktip and 6 of his comrades seized upon the carcass of the tyrant and dragged it away down the trail. I cannot say what was done with the remains of Lupus, the terrible son of Tasman, but Finn and Warrigal saw them no more, and for 3 days after that night of the slaying of Lupus, the bush folk saw nothing of the Wolfhound. They saw Warrigal hunt alone each evening, and doubtless with thoughts of Finn in their minds, they respected her trail, and sought no speech of her, tempting though the sight of the Mount Desolation bell was to the young bucks of the pack. These young bloods, by the way, began to mutter now of the desirability of banding together to beard old Tasman in his den, and rid themselves of the shadow and tradition of tyranny as well as its actuality. But the counsel of the elders strongly favoured delay. "Let us wait and see what the Great One will do when he is healed of his wounds," was what they thought, and, after their own fashion, said to the ambitious youngsters. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, Domestic Life in the Mountain Den. If a man succeeded in getting himself as much chopped about as Finn had been since the evening of his departure from the boundary rider's gunyah and the severance of his connection with the world of menfolk, he would require weeks of careful nursing and doctoring before he could be said to have recovered. Fortunately for the people of the wild, who have neither nurses nor doctors, and whose ways of life do not permit of prolonged periods of rest, recovery from wounds is not so serious a business with them as it is with us. When the Wolfhound and his admiring mate between them had thoroughly licked and cleansed his numerous wounds, he stretched himself deliberately across the rear corner of the den, and there lay, sleeping soundly until the next morning was well advanced. His body was lacerated by the wounds of 3 considerable fights: the fight with Black Tip and his friend, the sufficiently violent struggle with the mother kangaroo, and lastly the most serious fight of the Wolfhound's life, which had ended in the death of Lupus. But even the 10 hours which Finn gave to sleep (he opened his eyes 2 or 3 times during that period, but did not move) brought a wonderful change in the aspect of these numerous wounds. They had advanced some distance in the direction of healing already. Now they were submitted to another thorough licking. Then Finn crept out into the sunlight beside the cave's mouth, and slept again, fitfully, till evening came. Then he sat up and licked all his wounds over again with painstaking and scrupulous care. They were healing nicely, and the healing process made Finn as stiff and sore as though he had rheumatics in every joint in his body. So he crept painfully into the den again, and lay down to sleep once more, while Warrigal, with a friendly, wifely look at her lord, went out hunting. In this way 3 full days and nights passed, and on the 4th night Finn killed for himself, a small kill and not far from home, but a kill none the less, that required a certain agility of which he already found himself quite capable. In the matter of strength and of vital energy, the Wolfhound had immense reserves to draw upon, greater reserves really than any of the wild folk possessed, for in his youth he had never known scarcity of food, or lack of warmth, or undue exposure; and on the contrary, his system had been deliberately built up and fortified by the best sort of diet that the skill and science of man could devise. Finn could not have stood as much killing as a dingo and still have lived; for the dingo is as hard an animal to kill as any that walks upon 4 legs. But as against that, the Wolfhound could have stood a far greater living strain than any dingo. He had more to feed upon in himself. For actual toughness under murderous assault, a dingo could have beaten Finn, yet in a test of staying power, an ordeal of long endurance, the Wolfhound would have won easily, by reason of his greater reserve of strength and vitality. From this point onward, Finn's wounds troubled him but very little, and in the healing air of that countryside they soon ceased to be apparent to the eye. An ordinary dingo would assuredly have been obliged to fight many fights before obtaining ascendancy over the Mount Desolation pack, but the mastery fell naturally to Finn without calling for any effort upon his part. He had slain the redoubtable old leader and tyrant of the pack. He had soundly trounced one of the strongest among the fully grown young dingoes, Black Tip, and killed another in single-handed fight against 2. Now he administered condign punishment to 2 or 3 young bucks who ventured to attempt familiarity with Warrigal, but for fighting he was not called upon. Most of the pack had taken good measure of his prowess on the night of the slaying of Lupus, and that was enough for them, so far as mastery went. Further, the pack found Finn a generous leader, a kingly sort of friend, slow to anger and merciful even in wrath, open as the day, and never, in any circumstances, tyrannical or aggressive. Then, in the matter of his kills, Finn was generosity itself. As a hunter of big game he was more formidable than any 3 dingoes, and, withal, never rapacious. 3 portions he would take from his kill: one to satisfy his own hunger, one for Warrigal to satisfy her hunger upon, and a third to be set aside and taken back to the den against the time when Warrigal would care to dispose of it. For the rest, be his kill what it might, Finn made the pack free of it. But no sort of temptation seemed strong enough to take the Wolfhound near to the haunts of men. It came to be understood that Finn would not touch sheep, and reasoning it out amongst themselves, the rest of the pack accepted this as a prohibition meant to apply to all of them. So that Finn's mastership was an exceedingly good thing for the squatters and their flocks all through the Tynagh. But a full-grown kangaroo, no matter how heavy and strong in the leg, never seemed too much for Finn, and so, all dingoes liking big game better than small, it came about that every night saw the Mount Desolation dingoes hunting in pack formation at the heels of the great Wolfhound. They scorned the lesser creatures whose flesh had fed them hitherto, and expected to taste wallaby or kangaroo flesh every night. Finn thoroughly enjoyed the hunting, and did not care how many fed at his kill, so that his mate and he had ample. Once the two youngest members of the pack, puppies quite new to the trail, were attacked and driven from the remains of a big kill the leader had made by an outlier, a strange dingo from some other range. The youngsters, bleeding and yelping, carried their woes to the scrub below the mountain, and within the hour Finn learned of it. Followed by Blacktip and one or two others of the more adventurous sort, he set out upon the trail of the outlier, now full fed, ran it down at the end of 4 or 5 miles hard galloping, pinned the unfortunate creature to the earth, and shook it into the long sleep, almost before they had come to a standstill together. This was true leadership, the pack felt, a thing Lupus would never have done. Something to be placed to the great Wolfhound's credit, and not forgotten. The mother of the whelps that were attacked, a big, light-coloured dingo with sharp prick ears, was particularly grateful to Finn. During this time a subtle change crept over Finn's appearance. In its details the change was so slight that the casual observer would have said it did not exist at all. Yet in truth it was radical. It would be impossible to put this change precisely into words. An Irish Wolfhound is never sleek, at least that is never a characteristic of the breed. Yet, as compared with the wild folk, every sort of animal which lives with men has a certain kind of sleekness or softness about it. It may be imagined that Finn did not have much of this when he escaped from the Southern Cross circus. And in the period which followed that escape, although he had in a sense associated with a man and a man's dog, yet there had not been much in the life of the boundary rider's camp to make for sleekness. Nevertheless, when Finn first met his mate, Warrigal, there had lingered about him still a kind of trimness, a suggestion of softness, far different indeed from that of the ordinary domesticated house-dog, but yet in its own way a sort of sleekness. Not a vestige of this remained now. Though he fed well and plentifully, and his life was not a hard one, since he only did that which pleased him, yet Finn had acquired now the hard, spare look of the creatures of the wild. In his alertness, in the blaze of his eyes, and the gleam of his fangs when hunting, in his extreme wariness, and in the silence of his movements, and his deadly swiftness in attack, Finn had become one of his mate's own kindred. He differed from them in his great bulk, his essentially commanding appearance, in his dignity, and in a certain lordly generosity which always characterized him. He never disputed. He never indulged in threats or recrimination. He gave warning when warning was needed. He punished when punishment was needed, and he killed if killing was desirable, making no sort of fuss about either process. Also, upon occasion, though not often, he barked. Otherwise he was thoroughly of the wild kindred, and the unquestioned master of the Mount Desolation range. Some 6 or 7 weeks after his arrival upon that range, Finn began to notice that Warrigal was changing in some way, and he did not like the change. It seemed to him that his mate no longer cared for him so much as she had cared. She spent more time in lying about in or near the den, and showed no eagerness to accompany him in his excursions, or to gambol with him, or even to lie with him on the warm flat ledge outside the den. She seemed to prefer her own company, and Finn thought her temper was getting unaccountably short, too. However, life was very full of independent interest for the Wolfhound, and it was only in odd moments that he noticed these things. One night he was thoroughly surprised when Warrigal snarled at him in a surly manner, without any apparent cause at all, unless because he had touched her with his nose in a friendly way, by way of inviting her to accompany him, he being bound for the killing trail in quest of that night's supper. Finn walked out of the den, carrying his nose as high as he could, in view of the stoop necessary at the entrance, and feeling rather put out. A dingo in his place would have snarled back at Warrigal, and, it may be, have wrangled about it for half an hour. Finn's dignity would not permit of this, but he was hurt, and decided that his spouse needed a lesson in courtesy. Since she responded so rudely to his invitation to join him in the hunt, she might go supperless for him. He would eat where he killed, and bring home nothing. Finn killed a half-grown kangaroo, a lusty red-coated youngster, that night, and he, with Black Tip and 2 or 3 others of the pack, fed full upon this before going down to the creek together to drink. Finn even spent an hour in trifling with a pair of sister dingoes, who generally hunted together, and ranged the trails with Black Tip in more or less sportive mood, till long after midnight. In the small hours the Wolfhound parted with Black Tip and the sportive sisters among the scrub at the mountain's foot, and wended his way alone to his den on the first spur, prepared, as many a male human has been in like case, to seek his rest without taking any notice of his mate, unless perchance he found her in a repentant mood. At the mouth of the cave he stooped low, as he was bound to do, to gain admittance, and in that moment he was brought to a halt by a long, angry, threatening snarl from within. Warrigal was very plainly telling her mate to remain outside, unless he was looking for trouble. This was unprecedented, and he was a very angry and outraged Wolfhound, who withdrew slowly, with as much dignity as might be in walking backward, with lowered head and shoulders. "You will think better of this before morning, my dear," was the sort of thought that Finn had in his mind, as he selected a comfortable sleeping place in the shadow of a bush some half-dozen paces away from the mouth of the den. And then, being well fed and rather tired, he fell into a sound sleep until just after daybreak, when he woke to the sound of an unfamiliar small cry. With head slightly on one side and ears cocked sharply, Finn listened. The small cry was repeated. It certainly was not Warrigal's voice, though it came from the inside of the den. Also there were a number of other small sounds that were strange. Weak, quaint, gurgling sounds. Finn inclined his head a little farther to one side. Yes, his mate was licking something. Could she have been out and hunted alone? Even that would hardly account for the queer little weak, strange voices within the den. The dingo people are not cats, and when they kill outright. It was extremely puzzling and interesting, and Finn decided to investigate. After all, this was his own home, and, however rude she may have been, Warrigal was his own mate, for whom he had fought and bled in the past. The mate who had lovingly dressed his wounds and shared his kills for 9 weeks now, 9 long eventful weeks, which were more than equal to 9 months in human folks' lives. Finn stooped low in the entrance, and Warrigal snarled, but this time there was no note of aggression in her snarl. Indeed, to her mate there was a hint of appeal in the salutation, which said clearly, "Be careful, please be careful." He advanced with extreme caution into the den, and saw his spouse lying full at length on her side, her bushy tail curled round to form a background for the smallest of 4 sleek puppies of a yellowish-grey colour, whom she was nursing assiduously. Moving with the utmost delicacy and care, Finn sniffed all round his mate, refraining from touching the puppies by way of humouring Warrigal, in whose throat a low growl sounded whenever his nose approached the little strangers. Then Finn stood and stared at the domestic group with hanging head and parted jaws, his tongue lolling and his eyes saying plainly, "Well, well, well, who'd have thought of this? They are really very nice little creatures in their insignificant way, though I don't quite see why their presence should make you snarl at your own lawful mate." Seeing that her lord manifestly entertained no shadow of a hostile intention toward the family, the history of the male dingo is not altogether free from blame in the matter of infanticide, Warrigal raised her nose in friendly fashion to the Wolfhound, and permitted him to lick her, which he did in the most affectionate manner, and with no further thought of her previous harshness. Then she gave a little whine and glanced round the walls of the den. Finn barked quietly, bidding his mate rest assured that all would be well, and 10 minutes later he was descending upon a rabbit earth that he knew of, a moving shadow of death among young bunnies assembled to welcome the dewy warmth of the new day. On the way home he dropped his rabbit to stalk a half-grown bandicoot, and finally, after less than an hour's absence, he returned to the den, carrying a rabbit and a bandicoot, so that Warrigal might have variety in her breakfast. Being parched with thirst, Warrigal greatly accepted both kills, and without actually eating either, drew some substance from both. Then, with an anxious look at the family, she nudged Finn out of the den with her nose, and, leaving him outside on the ledge, turned and raced for the creek like an arrow from a bow. She was back again inside of 2 minutes, with bright drops clinging to her fur. Finn had sat patiently beside the mouth of the den waiting, and for this Warrigal gave him a grateful glance of appreciation before gliding into her puppies, who already were beginning to whimper for warmth and nourishment. Finn took very naturally to the part of father and breadwinner. He lounged about the mouth of the den through the day, creeping in occasionally to see how things went with his mate, and returning then to keep guard outside. She allowed him now to touch the odd little creatures who were his children, but they did not like the feeling of his tongue, and wriggled away from it in their blind, helpless way. "There, there," said Finn, low down in his throat, and withdrew, marvelling afresh at the mysteries of life and the cleverness of femininity. As for Warrigal, she seemed absurdly happy and proud about it all now, and assumed considerable airs of importance. She took her food in brief snatches a dozen times during the day, and when Finn left her in the early night for the trails, she looked at him in a meaning way which said plainly that she attached importance to the matter of food supply, though she could not take to the trails herself, being otherwise and fully occupied. Finn licked her muzzle reassuringly and went out. The pack had to forage for itself that night, for when Finn made his kill, a fat rock wallaby, he announced in the most unmistakable manner that there was nothing to spare for followers that night, and marched off mountainwards, trailing the whole heavy kill over his right shoulder. In the course of the night it became known to all the wild people of that range that the mate of the leader of the pack had other mouths than her own to feed, and that for the time Finn would do all the hunting for the den on the first spur. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Tragedy in the Mountain Den. When Warrigal's puppies were born, Finn, their father, had been in the Tynagh for nearly 5 months, though he had only known the Mount Desolation range for some 9 or 10 weeks. During the whole of that 5 months of late winter and spring, not a single drop of rain had fallen in the Tynagh, and with the coming of Warrigal's children there came also the approach of summer. Finn, for his part, gave no thought to this question of weather, because he had quite forgotten that there was such a thing as rain. It had not rained while he was in the city with the Master, after landing in Australia. The little that fell during the period of his imprisonment with the Southern Cross Circus had never touched the caged giant wolf, and he had entirely forgotten what falling rain felt like. He had slept on the earth ever since his escape from the circus, and he accepted its dryness as a natural and agreeable fact. But both Finn and Warrigal were rather annoyed when, just as the puppies began to open their eyes and become a little troublesome and curious, the creek at the foot of Mount Desolation disappeared through its shingly bed and was seen no more. This meant a tramp of 3½ miles to the nearest drinking place, a serious matter for a nursing mother whose tongue seemed always to be lolling thirstily from the side of her mouth. Warrigal would make the journey to the drinking place as swiftly as she could, and drink till she could drink no more. Then, during the return journey, concern for her children would set the pace for her, and she would arrive at the den panting and gasping, and more thirsty than when she left it. For the weather was already hot, the air singularly dry, and Warrigal herself in no condition for fast travelling, with her heavy dugs and body, both amply fed and amply drawn upon in her capacity of nurse-mother. Finn did his part well and thoroughly, and there was no lack of good fresh meat in the den on the first spur, but he could not carry water. Warrigal tried to slake her mother thirst by means of an extra heavy meat diet, but though she knew it not, this only aggravated her continual desire for water, which was nature's demand for assistance in fitting her to discharge adequately her duty to her children. And so, during all this time, Finn's mate found herself obliged to run over hard, parched ground at least 14 miles a day, and often 21, when it would have suited her, and her puppies also, a good deal better to have confined her exercise to strolls in the neighbourhood of the den. One result of this was that Warrigal's children began to eat meat at an earlier stage of their existence than would have been the case if water had been plentiful and near at hand for their mother. There never were more carnivorous little creatures than these puppies. At first, of course, their mother saw to it that the meat they consumed was of a ready masticated and even a half-digested sort. But in an astonishing short while they began to rend and tear raw flesh for themselves under the mother's watchful eye, and from that time on Finn was a very busy hunter. It was probably because of this unceasing demand for fresh meat in the den on the first spur that the leader of the Mount Desolation pack was the first member of it to notice that hunting was becoming increasingly difficult in that region. Finn's quest was necessarily for large meat, and at about this time he was discovering to his cost that he had to go farther and farther afield to find it. It was well enough for the bachelors and spinsters of the pack, the freelancers of that clan. The district was still rich in its supply of the lesser marsupials, rats, mice, and the like, not to mention all manner of grubs and insects and creeping things, among which it was easy for a single dingo to satisfy his appetite. But a giant wolfhound with a very hungry mate and 4 ravening little pups, all waiting eagerly upon his hunting, was quite differently situated. Finn's hunting took him one evening far enough south and by east to bring him within half a mile of the boundary rider's encampment in which he had lived with Jess. Here he happened upon Koala, who was softly grumbling to himself while waddling from one tree to another. Koala, of course, began the usual plaint about his poverty and inoffensiveness. This was mechanical with him, and he must have known very well that Finn would not hurt him. As a matter of fact, the Wolfhound lay down beside the native bear, and they had quite a long confab about bush affairs, during which Finn referred in some way to the growing scarcity of game in that district, and Koala mournfully added that gum leaves themselves were by no means what they had been. But for all his foolishness and helplessness, Koala had lived a very long time, and actually was very well versed in bush lore, though he liked to describe himself as the most forlorn and helpless of beasts. He knew all about the scarceness of big game and its causes, just as he knew all about the dryness and want of sap in his own vegetable food. and now, by means of the methods of communication of which we know nothing, he managed to convey some of his knowledge to Finn, so that when they separated, Finn connected the drying up of the Mount Desolation Creek with the hardness of his recent hunting and the heat and absence of rain with both. The ordinary season of rain had passed now, and the full length of Australian summer was before them, a fact of which the learned Koala said nothing, probably because he did not know it, or possibly because he did not greatly care, being a total abstainer from drink himself. It was at about this time that Warrigal herself returned to the trails. Finn had in no sense failed her as breadwinner, but game being scarce, and her children still too young to do any foraging for themselves worth talking about, Warrigal felt that she owed it to her mate to share his burdens with him. The pups had already reached the stage of grovelling about outside the den, and pursuing the few live things of the insect type who affected that stony spot. One of them, indeed, had already learned a lesson that would last him for the rest of his life regarding the habits, customs, and general undesirability of the bulldog ant as playmate or prey. It happened about a week after his meeting with Koala that Finn had a stroke of luck in the matter of stumbling upon a badly wounded wallaby within a couple of miles of the den. In some way this unfortunate creature had managed to get its right hind leg caught in a dingo trap, to which a heavy clog of wood was attached. In the course of time the wallaby would have died very miserably, and already it had begun to lose flesh. But Finn brought a mercifully sudden death to the crippled creature, and then proceeded to tear in sunder the limb which held the trap. Having accomplished this, he slung the wallaby over his shoulder and set out for the mountain, meaning to allow the family to feast upon this early kill, while he took a further look round upon the trails. Just as Finn, heavily laden, scaled the rocky ledge immediately below the one which flanked the entrance of the den, a shrill cry of mortal anguish fell upon his ears and thrilled him to the very marrow. The cry came from the inside of the den above him, and he knew it for the cry of one of his children in extremity. That gave Finn the most piercing thrill of paternity he had felt up till this time. He dropped his kill and leaped with one mighty bound clear over 2 boulders and a bare stretch of track to the ledge outside the den. And in the moment of his leap a figure emerged from the mouth of the den, bearing between its uncovered yellow tusks the body of Warrigal's last-born son, limp and bleeding. This figure, which faced Finn now in the moonlight, was the most terribly ugly one that the countryside could have produced. Gaunt beyond description, ragged, grey, bereft of hair in many places, aged and desperate, old Tasman, the zebra wolf, had his tusks sunk in warm, juicy flesh for the first time in 3 months, and was prepared to pay for the privilege with the remains of his life, if need be. Skin, bone, glittering eyes, and savage, despairing ferocity, that was all there was left of Tasman 3 months after the death of his son Lupus. He had lived so long almost entirely upon insects, grubs, scraps of carrion dropped by birds, and the like. Desperate hunger and the smell of young animal life, and of the proceeds of daily kills, had drawn him to the den on the first spur that night, and now he was face to face with the master of the range, and the outraged father of Warrigal's pups. The gaunt old wolf dropped his prey on the instant, realizing clearly that his life was at stake. In his day he had slain many dingoes, but that was in the distant past, and this iron-grey monster which roared at him now was different from the dingoes Tasman had known. With massive bony skull held low and saliva dripping from his short, powerful jaws, the old wolf sent forth his most terrible snarl of challenge and defiance. The cry which had been used in bygone years to paralyze his victims into a condition which made them easy prey for his tearing claws and lance-like tusks. But the horrible sound was powerless so far as Finn was concerned, and the Wolfhound gathered himself together now for the administration of punishment which should be as swift as it would be terrible and final. But in that moment he heard a scattering of loose stones behind him, which delayed his spring to allow time for a flying glance over his right shoulder, and that glance changed his whole tactics in the matter of the attack upon Tasman. For even as Finn glanced, an outstretched furry mass flew across his range of vision and landed like a projectile upon the gaunt old wolf's neck. Warrigal also had returned. She also had dropped her kill in the trail below the den, and now Tasman had to deal with the dauntless fury of a bereaved mother. Warrigal was a whirlwind of rage, a revelation to Finn of the fighting force which had given her her unquestioned standing in the pack before ever she had set eyes on the Wolfhound. Tasman had his back against the side of the den's mouth now, and he flung Warrigal from him with a slash of his jaws and a twist of his still powerful neck. But in the next moment the underside of that scrawny neck was between the mightiest jaws in the Tynagh, and even as the life-blood of old Tasman flowed out between Finn's white fangs, the body of him was being literally torn in sunder by the furiously busy teeth and claws of Warrigal. It was little she cared for the thrusts of his hind claws in the last muscular contortions which sent his legs tearing at her neck. She was possessed of the mother madness, and so she fought like a wild cat at bay. Old Tasman was not just killed, he was dispersed, scattered, dissolved almost into the elements from which he sprang. He was translated within a few minutes into a shapeless carrion. And then, gasping, bleeding, panting, her jaws streaming, Warrigal wheeled about with a savage moaning cry, and shot forward into the den. One son she had seen dead upon the ledge without. 2 daughters she found dead within, and while she looked at his lacerated little body, the lingering life ebbed out finally from the other male pup, her sole remaining son. But Warrigal licked the still little form for almost an hour, though it lived for no more than 3 or 4 minutes after she entered the den. Then Warrigal went outside to where Finn sat, alternately licking the one deep wound the old wolf had scored in his chest, and looking out dismally across the Tynagh. Warrigal sat down on her haunches about 2 yards from Finn, and having pointed her muzzle at the moon, where it sailed serenely above them in a flawless, dark blue sky, she began to pour out upon the night the sound of the long, hoarse dingo howl of mourning. Finn listened for some minutes without moving. By that time the melancholy of it all had entered fairly into his soul, and he too lifted up his head and delivered himself of the Irish Wolfhound howl, which carries farther than the dingo howl, and is more purely mournful than any other canine cry. Also it has more volume than any other. There is something uncanny and supernatural about its piercing melancholy. So the sire and the dam sat and howled at the stars in their unclouded courses. And if you were to visit that den today, on the first southeastern spur of Mount Desolation, you would probably find the skeletons of 3 of Finn's and Warrigal's children, for the Wolfhound and his mate never entered their old home again. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, The Exodus. It was rather an odd thing, this fact that neither Finn or his mate ever again entered the lair which had been such a happy home for them since the day of their first meeting. But so it was, and one is bound to assume, I think, that the reason for it was grief for the loss of their children. In the early dawning of a blistering hot day they paced slowly down the hill and into the rocky strip of scrub which divided Mount Desolation from the bush itself. Hereabouts it was that the rest of the pack lived, and though Finn and Warrigal conveyed no definite news of what had happened during the night, the news must have spread somehow, because before the sun had properly risen every single member of the pack had climbed the spur and investigated for himself or herself the scattered carrion which had been Tasman. Whether they looked into the den or not as well I do not know, but I should say that some of the adventurous youngsters did, while their elders and parents probably refrained. These same elders and parents were beginning to feel considerable distress over the absence of rain, the scarcity of water, and the poor results which attended their hunting. The wild folk of the Australian bush are, upon the whole, less dependent upon water than the animals of most countries, and such people as Koala, the native bear, seem to get along quite happily without ever drinking anything at all. Even kangaroos and wallabies can go for a long while without drinking, but there is a limit to the endurance of most of the bush animals in the matter of thirst, while, as for the dingoes, they want their water every day as much as they need their food. There was no longer any disguising the fact that a very large number of the wild folk in whom Finn and Warrigal and the rest of the pack were interested had recently migrated in quest of homes that should be better equipped with water than the Tynagh or the Mount Desolation range. It was not that the pack felt the absence of these folk as companions, but as food. They were also beginning to feel keenly the burnt-up dryness of that whole countryside and the extreme heat of the season. Even Finn's prowess as a hunter and a killer was of no avail in the absence of game to hunt, and during the few days which he and Warrigal spent among the scrub at the mountain's foot after leaving their den, the Wolfhound sometimes travelled from 30 to 40 miles without a single kill, being reduced then, like the rest of the pack, to eat rabbit flesh and mice and grubs. Already some of the younger members of the pack had begun to prey upon the flocks of squatters in the Tynagh, and this had brought speedy retribution in the shape of one young female of their kindred shot through the head, and 2 promising males trapped and slain, so that the pack now consisted of no more than 14 adults and 6 whelps, who were hardly capable as yet of fending for themselves. Men with guns had actually been seen within a mile of Mount Desolation itself, and owing to the attacks upon their bark of half-starved small fry, the trees of the bush were dying by hundreds, and thereby opening up in the most uncomfortable manner ranges which had previously been excellent hunting grounds. The report about the menfolk with guns was most disturbing to Finn, and he was conscious, in sitting down, of a degree of boniness about his haunches such as he had never known since the horrible period of his captivity in the circus. A wolfhound whose fighting weight is 150 pounds requires a good deal more food than a dingo, whose weight rarely exceeds half that amount. Grubs and mice were not of much use to Finn, and when he drank, his long tongue had been wont to scoop up more than twice the amount of water which had served to satisfy any other member of the pack. The growing restlessness and discontent which had been mastering the Mount Desolation pack for weeks now received an immense addition, so far as Finn and Warrigal were concerned, in the events which led them to forsake their den on the first spur. It culminated, in Finn's eyes, in the actual passage through the scrub beside the mountain's foot of a party of half a dozen mounted men with guns and dogs. This occurred in the late afternoon of a scorching hot day, when most of the pack were sleeping, and if the dogs of the menfolk had not been incredibly stupid in the matter of sticking closely to the trail and making no attempt to range the scrub on either side of it, the dingoes would actually have been hunted like hares, and some of them, no doubt, would have been killed. As it was, Finn felt as strongly, and perhaps more strongly than any of the elders of the pack, that this event had rendered the range finally uninhabitable. His nostrils twitched and wrinkled for hours after the men had gone, and as soon as darkness fell he rose in a determined manner, thrust his muzzle meaningly against Warrigal's neck, and took to the open trail. With extraordinary unanimity the other members of the pack began to gather behind Finn. It seemed to be clearly understood that this was no ordinary hunting expedition, and the 2 mothers of the pack, with their half-grown whelps, whined plaintively as they gathered their small families about them for journeying. The whelps, always eager for a new move of any kind, gambolled joyously around their parents, but the mothers snarled at them, bidding them go soberly, lest weariness and worse should overtake them before their time. One very old dog, who had always looked with grudging sullenness upon the great Wolfhound and his doings, refused point-blank to be a party to the exodus, and croakingly warned the others against following a newcomer and an outlier such as Finn. He gave them to understand that he had been born in the shadow of Mount Desolation, like his sire and dam before him, and that he would live alone rather than forsake that range at the bidding of a great grey foreigner. The pack paid little heed to the old dingo, and he sat erect on his haunches beside the trail, watching them file along the flank of the mountain. When they were nearly a mile away, the old dingo began to howl dismally, and when Finn made his first kill, 7 miles to the northwest of Mount Desolation, old Tufter, he had a sort of mop at the end of a rather scraggy tail, was on hand and yowling eagerly for scraps. The kill was a half-starved, brush-tailed wallaby, and nobody got much out of it but Warrigal and Finn, both of whom growled fiercely while they ate, in a manner which said plainly that they were not entertaining that night, at all events before the edge had been taken off their own appetites. So old Tufter got nothing more nutritious than a few scraps of scrubby fur. The poor old fellow took great pains to communicate his own discomfort and mistrust to all the other members of the pack, except Finn and Warrigal, whom he ignored, and pointed out with vehemence that they were heading in the wrong direction. He was right in a way, for they certainly were leaving the better country behind them in travelling to the northwest. South and east of Mount Desolation lay the fatter and comparatively well-watered lands. Even Finn knew this, of course, but that way also lay the habitations of men, and the Wolfhound's face was set firmly away from men and all their works. Men had tortured him in a cage, the memory of which their hot irons had burned right into his very soul. And after that, men, in the person of a certain sulky boundary rider, had driven him out from their neighbourhood with burning faggots, with curses and with execrations. All this had been brought vaguely to Finn's mind by the passage through the scrub that day of horses and men, and the northwest trail was the only possible trail for him because of that. From this point on, the pack moved slowly in scattered formation, each individual member hunting as he went along, with nose to earth and eyes a-glitter for possible prey of any kind, from a grub to an old man kangaroo. Towards morning, when they were a good 30 miles distant from Mount Desolation, they topped a ridge upon the farther slope of which a small mob of 9 kangaroos were browsing among the scrub. Finn was after them like a shot, and Warrigal was at his heels, the rest of the pack streaming behind in a ragged line, the tail of which was formed by old Tufter and the whelps. There was a stiff chase of between 3 and 4 miles, and only 5 dingoes were within sight when Finn pinned the rearmost kangaroo by the neck, and Warrigal darted in cautiously upon one of its flanks. In an attack of this kind, 2 things about Finn made his onslaught most deadly: his great weight and the length and power of his massive jaws. Even Tufter got a good meal from this kill, for the kangaroo was a big fellow of well over 5 feet from nose to haunch, without mention of his huge muscular tail, the meaty root of which kept the whelps busy for hours afterwards. The whole pack fed full, and in the neighbourhood of that range they scattered and slept, for in the gully on the other side of it there was a little muddy water, and round about there was pleasant cover which had sheltered the kangaroos for a week or more. Old Tufter forbore to growl, and the young members of the pack were enthusiastic regarding the advantages of migration in the trail of such a hunter as Finn. They did not know that, in a leisurely way, the mob of kangaroos they had flushed were also migrating as the result of drought, but in the opposite direction to that chosen by Finn, who was heading now towards the part of the country which the kangaroos had forsaken as being burned and eaten bare, and devoid even of such food as bark. When the Dingoes had finished with the little chain of small pools in the gully on the afternoon of that day, there was little left but mud. One might have called it a creek bed, but it certainly was no longer a creek. However, that night's travel brought fairly good hunting, and always among game moving in the opposite direction to that taken by the pack. Finn and Warrigal and Blacktip shared a wallaby between them, and spared some portions of it for the whelps, though Warrigal snarled angrily when the young ones came near her, the memory of her own family being still fresh within her. And the rest of the pack fared quite tolerably well, sharing between them a kangaroo rat, 2 bandicoots, a wallaby hare, and quite a considerable number of marsupial mice, besides about half of a big carpet snake, which Finn killed. For a week now the little pack travelled on in a northwesterly direction, and every day old Tufter growled a little more bitterly and with a little better cause. Game was certainly becoming lamentably scarce, and the country traversed was one which did not at all commend itself to dingoes, being arid, shadeless, and dry as a bleached bone. It was the sort of country which in Australia is frequently covered by beautiful flowers and scrub during the winter, though perfectly bare in the summer. But the winter which had preceded this summer had been too dry to bring any growth there, so that it had not even the remains of a previous season's vegetation, and offered no trace of cover. A long and most exhausting chase did enable Finn to pull down a solitary emu, and of this the pack left nothing but beak and feathers when they passed on, still hungry, in quest of other game. But for all the shortness of food, which was thinning the flesh over Finn's haunches now, it was another cause which led him to swerve from the northwesterly course in a southwesterly direction. He paid no particular heed to old Tufter's continuous growls about the direction taken by the pack under his leadership, but what he was forced to notice was the fact that for 2 whole days no water had been seen, and the lolling tongues of the young whelps were in consequence so swollen that they could not close their jaws. Throughout one weary night the pack loped along in a dogged silence in a southwesterly direction, their eyes blazing in the keen lookout for game. Dry, dust-encrusted foam caked upon their lips, and fierce anxiety in the heart of every one of them. Then, in the brazen dawning of a day in which the sun seemed to thrust out great heat upon the baked earth even before it appeared above the horizon, the pack checked suddenly as Blacktip drew Finn's attention to a pair of native companions seen in the act of floating down to earth from the lower limbs of a shriveled red gum tree. The bigger of these 2 great cranes had a stature of something over 5 feet, and his fine blue-grey plumage covered an amount of flesh which would have made a meal for quite a number of dingoes. Yet it was not so much as food, but rather as a guide and indication that Blacktip regarded the cranes. He knew that they would not be very far from water. The way in which the pack melted into cover in the dim, misty light of the coming day was very remarkable. For several miles now they had been travelling through a country less arid than the plains they had traversed during the previous 2 days, and now, while seeming to disappear into the earth itself, even as echidna actually could and would, though the earth were baked hard, the members of the pack actually found cover by slinking low among a sort of wiry scrub growth with which the ground hereabouts was dotted. It was thus that Finn saw for the first time the strange dance of the native companion. To and fro and up and down beneath their scraggy gum tree, the 2 great cranes footed it in a sort of grotesque minuet. There was a strange sort of angularity about all their movements, but withal a certain grace, bizarre and notable. And while the native companions solemnly paced through what was really a dance of death for them, Finn and Blacktip and Warrigal stalked them as imperceptibly as shadows lengthen across a lawn in evening time. The 3 hunters moved through the scrub-like snakes moving in their sleep, and never a leaf or twig made comment on their passage as they slithered down the morning breeze, inch by inch, apparently a part of the shadowy earth itself. The prancing dance of the native companions, these birds mate for life and are deeply and devotedly attached one to another, was drawing to its close, when death came to them both like a bolt from the heavens, such a death as one would have chosen for them, since it left no time for fear or mourning or grief at separation. Their necks were torn in sunder before they realized that they had been attacked, and within the minute their graceful feathered bodies shared the same fate as the rest of the pack joined Finn and Warrigal and Blacktip. There was less of lordly generosity about Finn's feeding upon this occasion than he had always shown before. The great Wolfhound realized, perhaps, that his frame demanded more of nutriment than was necessary for the support of a dingo, and he ate with savage swiftness, growling angrily when any other muzzle than Warrigal's approached his own too nearly. Less than half an hour later the pack was scrambling and sliding down the high banks of a river bed, in the centre of which, surrounded upon both sides by a quarter of a mile and more of shingle and hard-baked mud, there was still a disconnected chain of small yellow pools of water. The water was of something like the consistency of pea soup, but no spring-fed mountain rill ever tasted sweeter or more grateful to a thirsty traveller than this muddy fluid to the palates of the Mount Desolation pack. Finn chose a good-sized pool, and Warrigal tackled it with him, but when two youngsters of the pack ventured to approach the other side of that pool, Warrigal snarled at them so fiercely, backed by a low, gurgling growl from Finn, that the two slunk off and tackled a lesser pool by themselves. Where the pack drank they rested. As yet their great thirst was close to them, and the neighbourhood of water seemed too good to leave. But in such matters the memory of the wild folk is apt to be short. The banks of the river bed ran due east and west here, and though the pack gave no thought to the question, it was a matter of some importance to each one of them whether they should eventually leave those banks to the northward or to the southward, a matter of importance by reason of the difference in the country to the northward and to the southward. But it was chance at last that decided the question for them. They drank many times during the day, and towards nightfall a small mob of kangaroos was sighted to the northward, and that led the pack to head northward, a little westerly, from the river bank that night. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. The Trail of Man. It was exactly a fortnight later, when the pack turned despairingly in its tracks, animated by a forlorn desire to reach again the high ragged banks of that shingly river bed, in which some trace of moisture might be left still where the muddy pools had been. But in that fortnight much had happened, and the character and constitution of the pack had undergone notable changes. The 6 whelps had disappeared, old Tufter and the oldest of the mothers of the pack were no more, and neither the carrion crows nor the ants had profited one atom by these deaths. The pack had not wittingly hastened the end of these weaker ones, but it had left only their bones behind upon the trail. And now, when one or other of the gaunt, dry-lipped survivors stumbled, a dozen pairs of hungry eyes glittered, a dozen pairs of lips were wrinkled backward from as many sets of fangs, and consciousness of this had a sinister meaning for the stumbler, a meaning which brought a savage snarl to his throat as he regained his footing with quick, threatening looks from side to side, and hackles bristling. The pack was starving. Many times during the past week the thought of turning in his tracks and making back for the river bed had come to Finn, but he had pressed on, fearful of the arid stretch of country which he had already placed between himself and that spot. He had no means of knowing that he was in a country of vast and waterless distances. But acting without knowledge, Finn had turned in his tracks at length after a fortnight's travelling in which food had been terribly scarce and water even more scarce. Such liquid as they had found would never have been called water by menfolk. Here and there had been a little liquid mud in old water holes and stream beds, and in other places the pack had sucked up moisture through hot sand, after burrowing with feet and nose to a depth of as much as 18 inches from the surface. Their food had been almost entirely of the grub and insect kind, and Finn, for the first time in his life, had spent long hours in trying to ease the craving within him by gnawing at dry roots. The great Wolfhound had more stamina than any of the Dingoes. He had greater resources within himself than they had, and was endowed by nature and upbringing with a superb constitution. But as against that, he needed far more food than was required by the others, and at a full meal would have eaten twice as much as the biggest of them. Also, he suffered, though his body was the stronger for it, for the fact that he had never before known want. In appearance, the members of the pack had suffered a wondrous change in these 2 weeks. Even Warrigal's fine coat had lost every trace of the gloss which had made it beautiful, and the iron-grey hairs of Finn's dense, hard coat had taken on the character of dry bristles, while his haunch bones were 2 outstanding peaks, from which his back fell away at an acute angle to the root of his tail, where once a level pad of flesh had been. Now the tail seemed to sprout from a kind of well in his body, and a bird might have nested in the hollow between his shoulder blades, which once had been flat as the top of a table. His back, too, which had been broad and flat, was like the ridge of a gunyah now, from one end of which his neck rose gauntly, and appeared to be of prodigious length. His ribs were plain to see on either side his hollow barrel, and over them the loose skin rolled to and fro as he ran or walked. The eyes of every member of the pack were deeply sunken and ablaze with a dry light, half wistful and half fierce, and more awe-inspiring than any form of full-fed rage could be. They ran in open order now, and when one happened to run unusually close to another, that other would snarl or growl, and sometimes even snap, with bitter, furtive, half-fearful irritability. To this rule there was one exception. Warrigal ran steadily in the shadow cast by Finn's big, gaunt frame, her muzzle about level with his elbow. Black Tip kept about the same level on Finn's other side, but a good deal farther off, and the others straggled in fan-shaped formation to the rear, scouting at times to one side or the other in quest of insects and snakes or any other living thing that fangs could crush. As to digestion, the pack had no concern regarding any such details as this. Their one test of edibility was swallowing. They even helped Finn to demolish a native porcupine, than which one would have said no creature of a less edible sort was ever created. Altogether, there was that about the survivors of the Mount Desolation pack which would have made any single creature sorry to cross their path, however powerful he might be. No animal with flesh on its bones and blood in its veins would have been too big or fierce for the pack to have attacked just now, for hunger and thirst had made them quite desperate. It was Black Tip and not Finn who, on the afternoon of the second day of the pack's despairing return journey in quest of the river bank they had left a fortnight before, called a sudden halt. The dingo's sense of smell was always keener than the Wolfhound's. Black Tip sniffed hard and long at the ground between his forefeet, and then, raising his head, glared out into the afternoon sunlight to the south-eastward of the track they were following, their own trail. The whimper which escaped Black Tip when he began to sniff brought the rest of the pack about him, full of hungry eagerness to know what thing it was that had been found. There was something uncanny and extraordinary about the way in which they glanced one at another, after, as it were, taking one sip of the scent which had brought Black Tip to a standstill. Had the scent been of kangaroo or wallaby, rabbit, rat, or any other thing that moves upon 4 legs, those curious glances would never have been exchanged. The pack would have been off hot-foot upon the trail, without pause for discussion, and there was the scent of a 4-footed creature here too, but it was merged in and subordinate to the scent over which most wild creatures cry a halt, the scent of man. Now, in ordinary circumstances, the pack would not have hesitated a moment over such a trail as this. They would have turned in their tracks and made off in the opposite direction, or gone straight ahead on their own trail and without reference to the man trail, save to get away from it as quickly as possible. But these were very far from being ordinary circumstances. The pack was nearer to starving than it had ever been before, and at such time the rules which ordinarily guide life are precisely no account at all. The man trail was the trail of living flesh, of warm animal life. It was the trail of food. Also, there was merged in it the trail of a dog, and as each member of the pack acquired that fact, his lips wrinkled backward and a little moisture found its way into his dry mouth. The pack desired food and drink so urgently that everything else in the world became insignificant by comparison with food and drink in their minds. The hatred and fear of man, as man, was blotted out of sight by the craving for animal food in any shape whatsoever. Here was a living trail in the midst of a dead, burnt-up land of starvation and emptiness. What Finn's thoughts on the subject may have been, I cannot say. But of course he had connected men with food all his life long, and now he was starving. I do not think Finn's thoughts could have been quite the same as those of the rest of the pack, but they moved him in the same direction none the less, and without the smallest hesitation the pack streamed after him when he took up a new trail and loped off in the southeast, turning away diagonally from the old track. As the new trail became fresher and warmer, the leader was conscious of the warring within him of various conflicting feelings and desires. In appearance Finn was now a gigantic wolf, and one mastered by the fierce passion of hunger at that. Apart from appearance, there actually was more of the wolf than the dog in him now. He belonged very completely to the wild kindred, and over and above the wild folk's natural inborn fear and mistrust of menfolk, there was in Finn a resentment against man, a bitter memory of torture endured, and of the humiliation of having been driven out into the wild. But Finn's sense of smell was nothing like so acute as that of the dingoes. Even a setter or a pointer cannot compare with the wild folk in this respect, and wolfhounds have nothing like the educated sense of smell of the setters, or the pointers, or the foxhounds. Their hunting from time immemorial has been done by sight, and strength, and fleetness, not by tracking. Finn was not so keenly conscious as his companions that he was on the trail of man. He knew it, but it was not in his nostrils the assertive fact that it was, for instance, in the nostrils of Warrigal and Blacktip. There was in the trail for him a warm animal scent which gave promise of food near at hand, in that pitiless waste which the pack had been traversing for a fortnight and more. But every now and again, possibly in places at which the makers of the trail had paused, Finn would get a distinct whiff of the man scent, and that disturbed him a good deal. He wanted no dealings of any kind with man, but there was nothing else in him just then which was quite so strong or peremptory as the craving for food and drink. And so, with ears pricked and hackles uneasily lifting, he padded along at the true wolf gait, which devours distance without much suggestion of fleetness. When night fell, the trail was very warm and fresh, and a quarter of an hour later a light breeze brought news to the pack of a fire not far ahead. This again brought pictures to Finn's mind of the encampment from which he had been driven with burning faggots. He smelled again the singeing of his own coat, and that gave him recollection of his time of torture and captivity in the circus. The pack advanced at a foot-pace now, and with the extreme of caution. A few minutes more brought them within full view of a camp-fire, beside which there were stretched, in attitudes eloquent of both dejection and fatigue, 2 men and a dog, the latter a large, gaunt fox-terrier. For the last 10 miles of their trailing, the pack had been passing through country which supported a certain amount of timber, and of the curious Australian scrub which seems to be capable of existence, a pale, bloodless sort of life, but yet existence, in the most arid kind of soil, and where no moisture can be discovered. The men had lighted their fire beneath a twisted, tortured-looking tree, in which there certainly was no life, for every vestige of its bark had gone from it, and its limbs were naked as the bones of any skeleton. The pack drew in as closely as their cover in the scrub permitted, and crouched, watching the campfire. Suddenly a movement on the part of one of them attracted the attention of the fox terrier, and he flew out into the scrub, barking furiously. The pack, in crescent formation, retreated perhaps a dozen paces, saliva trickling from their curling lips. The terrier plunged valiantly forward, hopping the first low bushes as a terrier will when rabbiting or ratting. It was Blacktip who pinned him to the earth, and Warrigal whose fangs next closed upon his body. But Finn smashed the terrier's body in half, and in an instant the snarling pack surged over the remains. By the time one of the men had risen and moved forward towards the line of scrub, there positively was not a hair of the dog uneaten. His collar lay there on the ground between two bushes. For the rest, every particle of him, including bones, had been swallowed and was in process of digestion. From beginning to end the whole operation occupied less than 4 minutes. One of the men had not troubled to rise at all. The pack withdrew to a safe distance while the other man rummaged about among the bushes for the better part of a quarter of an hour. The pack, meanwhile, were hidden among the trees a quarter of a mile away. Then the man found the terrier's collar and walked back to his fire with it. He walked slowly and stiffly. When he announced to his companion that there were dingoes about, and that they had carried Jock off, the other man only grunted wearily and turned over on his side. So the first man threw some more wood on the fire and lowered himself slowly to the ground, moving painfully and stretching himself out for sleep. During the night the pack scoured every inch of the scrub within a radius of 1 mile from the camp of the two men, and for their reward they obtained precisely nothing at all, beyond a very few, grubs and insects, the eating of which served to temper, as with fire, the keen edge of their hunger. The hours immediately preceding daylight found most of them sitting on their haunches in a scattered semicircle line in the scrub, glaring through the darkness at the two sleeping men and their now expiring fire. I should like to be able to say exactly what they looked for, what they hoped for, in connection with the men, but that is not possible. In addition to connecting menfolk with guns and traps, and fear of an instinctive and indescribable kind, most of the pack also connected men with food, with sheep and other domesticated animals which dingoes can eat. Finn, more than any of them, connected menfolk with food. But as against that, Finn also connected them with torture and suffering, with hostility and abuse. Finn sat farther from the campfire than any of the others. To your truly carnivorous animal like the dingo, all things that live and have flesh on their bones and blood in their veins are a form of food, food at its best, living food. Therefore the two men must have appealed to the pack as food. But for their kind, man is generally speaking forbidden food and unobtainable. So long, at all events, as he can maintain his queer, erect attitude. But men have lain down in the bush to die before to-day, again and again, and of these the dingoes, as well as the crows, have given a sure account. Further, there is no other such reckless law-breaker as hunger. Rules and the teaching of experience, even inherited experience, are as nothing at all to hunger. Also, these two men beside the dying fire were not erect, but they moved uneasily in their sleep now and again. The man-life was clearly astir in them still, and so even the nearest and most venturesome among the dingoes sat a good 100 yards distant from the camp. And when daylight came and one of the men stirred on his elbow and looked up at the sky, the pack retreated slowly, backward through the scrub, till more than double that distance separated them from the living food at which they had been wistfully glaring. There was no anger, no savagery, no vestige of cruelty in their minds and hearts. Finn, it is true, cherished some soreness and resentment where men were concerned, but even in his case this brought only the desire to keep out of man's way, while the rest of the pack felt only instinctive dread and fear of man. But now the feeling which ruled the whole pack, the light which shone in their eyes, the eagerness which brought moisture continually to their half-uncovered fangs while they watched, this was simply physical desire for food, simply hunger. The man who had been the first to stir rose slowly and stretched his arms as though his frame ached, as indeed it did, from a variety of causes. When the first slanting rays of the new-risen sun reached him, they shed their light upon a man on whom physical hardship had laid its searing fingers heavily. His face had a 10 days' growth of hair upon it, and was gaunt and haggard like the rest of him. His clothes hung about him loosely, and were torn and soiled and ragged. Under the bronze tan of sunburn on his face and neck there was the sort of pallor which comes from lack of food. In his eyes, deep sunk in dark-rimmed hollows, was a curious glitter which was not at all unlike the glitter in the eyes of the wild folk who had been watching him during the night. This glitter was of eagerness and want. The expression was wistful, longing, and full of a desire which had become a pain. It was the same expression that shone out from the eyes of the starved Mount Desolation pack, and the causes behind it were the same. Presently this man woke his companion, who growled at him, as though he resented the attention. "Time we were on the move, old chap," said the first man. "We can't afford to wait." The other man sat up and blinked wearily at the daylight, showing a face to the full as haggard and gaunt as that of his friend. "By God, I don't know," he said bitterly. "I don't know whether we can afford to do anything else. Afford, and us carrying a fortune! I said out there that I'd never had good luck before, and I was right, too. Good luck's not for the likes of me." "Oh, yes, it is," said the other man, with an obvious effort at cheerfulness. "You wait till we get our legs under a dinner-table, my boy. Then you'll tell another tale about luck. And it will be a dinner-table, too, mark you. No tin pannikins, but silver and glass and linen and flowers and food. Man, think of the juicy filet, done to a turn, the crisp pomme rissolé, and, yes, a little spinach, I think, done delicately in the English way, none of your Neapolitan messes. I'm not certain about the bread, whether little crusty white rolls or toast. What? Oh, well, it's no use going the other way, old man. Cursing and grousing won't help us any. Come on, let's have breakfast and get on. I think you're perfectly right about parting this morning. We can take that to be east where the scrub gets thick, and that to the south. We'll toss who takes which, and one or other of us will strike something before nightfall, you mark my words, and after that it will be easy to pick up the other's trail. Better make the trail as plain as possible as we go along. Come, buck up, Jeff, old man. This will be our last day hungry, and I'm going to take my breakfast now." Imitating his companion, and with an attempt to look a little more cheery over it, Jeff stood up now and carefully uncorked a canvas-covered water bottle. Each man filled his mouth full from the gurgling contents of his water bottle, and stood swishing the water in his mouth slowly, and allowing it to trickle little by little down his parched throat. In this way several minutes were devoted to the swallowing of a single mouthful of water, and that was breakfast. "If we hadn't have chucked the guns away, we might have had a chance at something to-day," growled Jeff, when his breakfast was done. "I could make a roast dingo look foolish this morning, and I'm none so sure I couldn't eat the brute raw if I got him. You said it was Dingoes got Jock last night, didn't you?" "I suppose it must have been," said the other man. "I don't see what else it could have been. And as to the guns, well, you know, it was that or the stuff. We couldn't carry any more." "I know, and I'm not sure it's much good carrying that any longer. I reckon I'll dump mine somewhere to-day before it dumps me. 66 pounds don't seem to ride very easy on an empty belly. £66. 66 solid pounds of best pinfire, and us dying for want of a crust. Come on, then, one more try." "You've got your revolver still, haven't you?" asked Jeff, as he fitted the straps of a big, heavy swag, which had served him for a pillow, upon his shoulders, while his companion did the same with his swag. "Yes," said the other man, "and I tell you what, Jeff, you shall take it to-day. I've got a jolly good stick here, and I've no use for the revolver anyhow. Couldn't hit a house at a dozen yards, even if I was likely to see one. Yes, you take the shooting iron, my dear friend. You might manage to pot something. I hope you will." They gravely tossed a twig to decide the question of who should head south and who east, and then as gravely shook hands and parted, Jeff heading south and the other man due east. "Well, if we've got a chance at all, I suppose this ought to double it anyway," said Jeff. "Why, yes, and one of us'll strike pay dirt to-day all right, you'll find. So good-bye till then, Jeff," said the other man. "So long, mate, so long." And away in the scrub to the northward of the two men, a dozen pair of eyes more hungry than their own were watching them. Or to be exact, 11 pairs were watching them. Finn lay stretched still at full length beside a bush at Warrigal's feet, while Warrigal peered eagerly through the scrub. Blacktip, followed by 3 strong young dogs and a bitch, loped off at once, without comment or communication with the rest of the pack, in the direction of the trail of the south-bound Jeff. Warrigal's eyes, as it happened, were fixed upon the shoulders of the other man, and it was his trail that she made for now, after rousing Finn with a touch of her muzzle. And so the wild folk divided, even as the men folk had done, 5 going south after Jeff, and 5 others, besides Finn and Warrigal, going east after the other man. But it was broad daylight, and none of them made any attempt to draw near the makers of the trails they followed. They merely followed, muzzles carried low, and nostrils and eager eyes questing as they went for any sign of life in the scrub, anything from an ant to an emu that by any possibility could represent food. Meanwhile, the warm trail of the man ahead kept hope and excitement alive in them, though that man would have said that he was about as poor a source of hopefulness as any creature in Australia. To be sure, he had never thought of himself in the light of food. The Dingoes had. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32, In the Last Ditch. It was in the midst of the pitiless heat which comes a couple of hours after midday, and is harder to bear than the blaze of high noon, that the man who was heading due east abandoned his swag. He had rested for the better part of an hour directly after noon, and had 2 mouthfuls from his water bottle, one before and one after his rest. While he rested, the half-pack, headed by Finn and Warrigal, had rested also, and more completely, hidden away in the scrub, a quarter of a mile and more from the man whose trail they followed. 2 of them, Warrigal and another, watched with a good deal of interest the burial of the swag beneath a drought-seared, solitary iron bark. No sooner was the man out of sight, he walked slowly and with a somewhat staggering gait now, than the pack unearthed his swag with quick, vicious strokes of their feet, and laid it bare to the full blaze of the afternoon sunlight. In a few moments they had its canvas cover torn to ribbons, and bitter was their disappointment when they came to turn over its jagged mineral contents between their muzzles, and discovered that even they could eat none of this rubbish. It is fair to suppose that within a couple of hours of this the man finally lost the brave remnant of hope with which he had set out that day. The pack did not reason about this, but they felt it as plainly as any human observer could have done, and the realization brought great satisfaction to each one of them. It was not that they bore the faintest sort of malice against the man, or cherished any cruel feeling for him whatever. He was food. They were starving, and this evident loss of mastery of himself brought food nearer to the pack. The man's course was erratic now. He tacked like a vessel sailing in the wind's eye, and his trail was altered by the fact that his feet were dragged over the ground instead of being planted firmly upon it with each stride he took. The pack were not alone in their recognition of the man's sorry plight. He was followed now by no fewer than 7 carrion crows, big, black, evil-looking birds who circled in the air behind and above him, swooping sometimes to within 20 or 30 feet of his head, and cawing at him in a half-threatening, half-pleading manner, while their bright, hard eyes watched his eyes avidly, and their shiny beaks opened and shut continually to admit of hoarse cries. The pack resented the presence of the crows, but were well aware that, when the time came, these harbingers of death could be put to flight in a moment. When darkness fell, the man lighted no fire this evening, but neither did he lie down. He sat with his back against a tree trunk, and his legs outstretched, and now and again sounds came from his lips, which, while not threatening, were certainly not cries for mercy, and therefore in the pack's eyes not signals for an attack. The man-life was apparently strong in him yet, for he sometimes flung his arms about and struck at the earth with the long, tough stick which he had carried all day. The pack, when they had unsuccessfully scoured every inch of the ground within a mile of the man for food, drew in closer for the night's watch than they had ventured on the previous night, when there had been 2 men and a fire. But Finn showed a kind of reserve in this. He lay behind a bush and farther from the man than any of the rest of the pack. He wanted food. He needed it more bitterly, perhaps, than any of the others, but all his instincts went against regarding man himself as food, though man's neighborhood suggested the presence of food, and, instinct aside, Finn hated the proximity of humans. The man slept only in broken snatches during this night. While he slept, Warrigal and the others, except Finn, crept in a little closer. But when he turned or waved one arm, or when sounds came from his lips, as they frequently did, then the dingoes would slink backward into the scrub with lips updrawn and silent snarls wrinkling their nostrils. Towards dawn Warrigal set up a long howl, and at that the man woke up with a great start to sleep no more. Presently others of the pack followed Warrigal's lead, and, staggering to his feet, the man moved forward 3 steps and flung a piece of rotten wood in the direction from which the howls came. Warrigal and her mates retreated for the better part of 100 yards, snarling aloud, not from fierceness, but in a kind of wistful disappointment at finding the man still capable of so much action, and by so much the farther from reaching them as food. The man's shout of anger and defiance reached Finn's ears, and thrilled the Wolfhound to the marrow. The voice of man in anger. He had not heard it since the night of his being driven out from the boundary riders' camp. The memories which it aroused in him were all, without exception, of man's tyranny and cruelty, and of his own suffering at man's hands. He growled low in his throat, but very fiercely, and yet with it all, what thrilled him so was not mere anger or bitterness or resentment. It was more than all that. It was the warring within him of inherited respect for man's authority with acquired wildness, with his acquired freedom of the wild folk. The conflict of instinct and emotions in Finn was so ardent as almost to overcome consciousness of the great hunger which was his real master at this time. The furious hunger which had made him chew savagely at the tough fibre of a dry root held between his 2 forepaws. But the man had taken only 3 steps, and when he sank down to the earth again, it was not in the place he had occupied before. He lay down where he had stood when he threw the billet of wood, and there was that in the manner of his lying down which boded ill for his future activity. It was observed most carefully by 3 of the crows, who had followed him all day, and upon the strength of it they settled within a dozen paces of his recumbent figure, with an air which seemed to say plainly that they could afford a little more patience now, since they would not have long to wait. When full daylight came, Warrigal and her mates were closer in than ever. Hidden in the scrub within 40 paces of the man, Finn retained his old place some 35 yards farther back behind a bush. The crows preened their funereal plumage and waited, full of bright-eyed expectancy. Finn gnawed bitterly at his dry fragment of scrub root. The splendid, pitiless sun climbed slowly clear of its bed on the horizon, thrusting up long, keen blades of heat and light to herald the coming of another blazing day in the long drought. Presently a long spear of the new day's light thrust its point between the man's curved arm and his face. He turned on his side so that he faced the sun, and evidently its message to him was that he must be up and doing, that he must proceed with his journey. Slowly and with painful effort he rose as far as his knees, and then with a groan drooped down to earth again on his side. The crows cocked their heads sideways at him. They seemed full of brightness and life, but the sun himself was not more pitiless than the question they seemed to be putting to the man as they perked their heads from side to side while considering his last move. Warrigal and her mates saw clearly the conclusion the crows had arrived at. They also held that the man was down for good at last. At length, it seemed to them, he was practically nothing else than food. The man-mastery, whose emblem is man's erectness, or power to stand erect, was gone forever, they thought. The crows were safe guides, and one of them was hopping gravely toward the back of the man. Warrigal, followed by 5 of her mates, crept slowly forward through the scrub, and saliva was hanging like icicles from their parted jaws. Finn saw Warrigal's movement and knew precisely what it portended with as much certainty as though his mate had explained it all to him. And now Finn was possessed by 2 opposing inclinations, both terribly strong. Upon the one hand, instinctive respect for man's authority and acquired dislike of man and all his works bade the great Wolfhound remain where he was. Upon the other hand, 2 forces impelled him to rise and join his mate, and those 2 forces were the greatest hunger he had ever known, and the assertive pride of his leadership of the pack. There before his eyes his section of the pack was advancing, preparing for a kill for food, there in that bitter desert of starvation. And he, the unquestioned master and leader of the pack, master of all the wild kindred that he knew, he, Finn, was— 3 seconds later, and the Wolfhound had bounded forward, his great shoulders thrusting angrily between Warrigal and the big male dingo who had dared to usurp his, Finn's, place there as leader in concerted action. For an instant the pack paused, no more than a score of paces distant from the man's shoulders, glaring uneasily. Then the man moved, raising his body slightly upon one elbow. The dingoes drew back a pace, even Warrigal moving back with them, though she snarled savagely in doing so. Finn did not move. Warrigal's snarl it was which told the man of his danger, and with an effort he rose upon his knees and grabbed at his long stick where it lay on the ground. Again Warrigal snarled, less than a yard from Finn's ears, and her snarl was the snarl which announces a kill. It was not for others to kill where Finn led, and yet something, he could not tell what since he knew nothing of heredity, something held the great Wolfhound's muscles relaxed. He could not take the leap which was wont to precede killing with him. Again Warrigal snarled. The man was rising to his feet. A great fear of being shamed was upon Finn. With that snarl in his ears, advance was a necessity. He moved forward quickly, but without a spring, and in that instant the man, having actually got upon his feet, swung around toward the pack with his long stick uplifted, and Finn gathered his hindquarters under him for the leap which should end this hunting, this long, strange hunting in a desert of starvation. The Wolfhound actually did spring. His 4 feet left the ground. But with a shock which jarred every nerve and muscle in his great frame, they returned to earth again, practically upon the exact spots they had left. His sense of smell, never remarkable for its acuteness in detail, had told Finn nothing save that his quarry in this strange hunting was man. But the Wolfhound's eyes could not mislead him, and in the instant of his suddenly arrested spring, the spring which it had taken every particle of strength in his great body to check, he had known, with a sudden revulsion of feeling which positively stopped the beating of his heart, that this man the pack had trailed was none other than the man of all the world for him, the man whose person was as sacred as his will to Finn, the master whose loss had been the beginning and the cause of all the troubles the Wolfhound had ever known. There had been the beginning of the killing snarl in Finn's throat when he sprang, and as he came to earth again at the man's feet, possessed and almost paralyzed by his amazing discovery, that snarl had ended in as curious a cry as ever left the throat of four-footed folk since the world began. It was not a bark, this cry, still less a snarl or growl, and it could not have been called a howl. It was more like human speech than that of the wild people, and human or animal, there was no mistaking it for anything less than soul speech. It welled up into the morning air from the very centre of that in which Finn must be called his soul, the something which differentiated him from every other living thing on earth, and made him Finn. And in that same instant, too, recognition came to the master, and he knew his huge assailant to be no creature of the wild, no giant wolf or dingo, but the beloved Wolfhound of his own breeding and most careful, loving rearing. It was from some central recess of his own personality that the master's cry of "Finn, boy!" answered the strange cry with which the Wolfhound came to earth at his feet. But behind them was the pack, and in the pack's eyes what had happened was that their leader had missed his kill. That fear had broken his spring off short, and that now he was at the mercy of the man who, a moment before, had been mere food. For a dingo, no other task, not even the gnawing off of a limb caught in a trap, could require quite so much sheer courage as the attacking of man in the open, man erect and unafraid. But Warrigal had never in her life lacked courage, and now, behind her courage and her devotion to her mate, there was hunger, red-toothed and slavering in her ears, hunger burning like a live coal in her heart, hunger stretching her jaws for killing with an eagerness and a ferocity which could not be denied. In the next instant Warrigal had flown at the man's right shoulder with a fierce snarl which called those of her kind who were not cowards to follow her or be forever accursed. Warrigal's white fangs slashed down the man's coat sleeve and left lines of skin and blood where the cloth gave. For one moment Finn hesitated. Warrigal was his good mate, the mother of his dead children, his loving companion by day and night, during long months past. She concentrated in her own person all the best of his kinship with the wild. There was mateship and comradeship between them. As against all this, Warrigal's fangs had fastened upon the sacred flesh of the master, of the man of all the world, who stood for everything that was best in Finn's 2,000-years-old inheritance of intercourse with and devotion to human friends. Next instant, and even as the biggest male dingo of the pack flew at the man's other side, Finn pinned his mate to earth, and with one tremendous crunch of his huge jaws severed her jugular vein and set her life's blood running over the parched earth. In that moment the pack awoke to realization of the strange thing that had befallen them. They had been 7, pitted against a single man, and he apparently in the act of ceasing to be a wrecked man and becoming mere food. Now they were 5, for Warrigal's life ebbed quickly from her, pitted against a man wakened to erectness and hostility, and their own great leader. The great wolf who had slain Lupus, their old fierce master, and even Tasman, his terrible sire. It is certain that at another time the pack would not have hesitated for one moment about turning tail and fleeing that place of strange, unnatural happenings. But this was no ordinary time. They were mad with hunger. Blood was flowing out upon the earth before them. One of them had the taste of man's blood on his foaming lips. This was not a tracking or a killing in prospect, but a fight in progress. The pack would never turn tail alive from that fight. The man had his back to the withered ironbark now, and besides the long stick in his right hand, he held an open knife in his left hand, as a long, fierce bitch found to her cost when she leaped for his throat, fell short, and felt cold steel bite deep in her flank as she sank to earth. And now the great Wolfhound warmed to his work with a fire of zeal which mere hunger itself could not have lit within him. He was fighting now as never before since his fangs met in his first kill in far-away Sussex. He was fighting for the life of the Master, love of whom, long quiescent in him, welled up in him now, a warm tide of new blood which gave strength to his gaunt limbs and weight to his emaciated frame, such as they had never known when he fought full-fed, with Lupus or with Tasman on the rocky side of Mount Desolation. A tiger could hardly have evaded him. His onslaught was at once terrible and swift as forked lightning. It seemed he slashed and tore in 5 separate directions at one and the same time. But that was only because his jaws flashed from one dingo's body to another with such rapidity that the passage between could not be followed by the eye. This meant that his fangs could not be driven deep enough for instant killing. There was not time. But they went deep, none the less, and blood streamed now from the necks and shoulders of the dingoes that succeeded one another in springing at the man and the Wolfhound. 2 of the dingoes owed their deaths to the long knife-blade of the man, but even as the second of them received the steel to the hilt below his chest-bones, the man sank, utterly exhausted and bleeding freely, on his knees, and from there to the ground itself. This drew the attention of the 3 surviving dingoes from the leader, who in some mysterious manner had become an enemy to the fallen man who was now clearly a kill. Mere hunger, desperate hunger, was uppermost in the minds of the 3. They quested flesh and blood from the kill that lay helpless before them. It was then that Finn outdid himself. It was then that he called into sudden and violent action every particle of reserve strength that was left in him. It was then that his magnificent upbringing stood by him, and the gift of 1,000 years of unstained lineage lent him more than a wolfhound's strength and quickness, so that, almost within the passage of as many seconds, he slew 3 full-grown dingoes precisely as a game terrier will slay 3 rats, with one crushing snap and one tremendous shake to each. Starved though they were, these dingoes weighed over 40 pounds apiece, yet when they met with their death between Finn's mighty jaws, their bodies were flung from him in the killing shake to a distance of as much as 5 yards. And then there fell a sudden and complete stillness in that desert spot, which had seen the end of 6 lives in as many minutes, besides the final falling of the Master, which implied Finn knew not what. Finn fell to licking the Master's white, blood-flecked face where it lay on the ground, and at that the waiting crows settled down upon the bodies of the outlying dingoes, so that their dead, sightless eyes were made doubly sightless in a moment. After long licking, or licking which seemed to him long, Finn pointed his nose to the brazen sky and lifted up his voice in the true wolfhound howl, which is perhaps the most penetratingly saddening cry in nature. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Finn the Wolfhound by Alec John Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Back from the Wild. 4 men were riding together through the low, burnt-up scrub, and in front of them, holding their horses at a smart amble to be even with his jog-trot, a naked aboriginal was leading the way on his own bare feet. "Blurry big war ago ye been run here," said the black fellow suddenly, as he stooped to examine a footprint in the trail they were following. He counted the different footprints and announced to the horsemen that 7 dingoes had followed the trail they were following at that moment. 5 and 2, the black fellow called it, ticking the number off on the fingers of one hand. He explained that these dingoes, led by the blurry big warrigal aforesaid, must have been terribly badly in want of food, and that he did not think much of the chances of the man they had followed. One of the riders, it was Jeff, nodded his head dolefully over this. "I reckon all the plaguey warrigals in this country must 'a' gone crazy," he said. "You know I told you there was a half-dozen on my track. But we're going right, you can be dead sure of that, for that was his swag we found all right, and you could see the dingoes had been at that. My oath, to think of them brutes scratching up a fortune that way and leaving it there." "You wouldn't expect 'em to take it into town and bank it, would you?" said one of the other men with a grin. "Hurry on, Jackie." This to the black fellow. "What time he make them tracks, eh? He's fresh, you think?" The black fellow snorted contemptuously as he explained over one shoulder that the tracks were of the previous day's making. "Still," said the rider, "he may not have got far. He can't have got very far." And again Jeff nodded, with sombre meaning. He was always a pessimistically inclined man, and in his rough way he had conceived a good deal of affection and respect for his prospecting mate. Another 3 miles were covered, and then suddenly the black fellow halted, with one hand raised over his head, which was turned sideways in a listening attitude. He explained a moment later that he could hear howling, such as a blurry big warrigal might produce. The party pushed on, and 2 or 3 minutes later they were all able to make out the sound the black fellow had heard. But the black fellow shook his head now, and informed them that no warrigal ever made a howl like that, that must be whitefeller dog. "Well, that's queer," said Jeff, "for Jock was killed the night before we parted. But say, whatever it is, that's a most ungodly sort of howl, sure enough." 5 or 6 minutes later the black fellow gave a whoop of astonishment as he topped a little ridge and came into view of the Master, lying prone upon the ground, with Finn sitting erect beside his head. One of the riders pulled out a revolver when he caught sight of Finn's shaggy head. "Well, may I be teetotally jiggered," he growled. "What sort of a beast do you call that?" The riders galloped down the slope and flung themselves hurriedly from their horses. The leading man waved his whip at Finn to drive him off, and then it was seen that Finn's assiduous licking had been sufficient to restore the man to consciousness. The Master raised his head feebly and said, "For God's sake, don't hurt the dog. He saved my life. Killed 6 dingoes in front of me. God's sake, don't touch the—" And with that he lapsed again into unconsciousness, while Jeff propped up his head and another man produced a spirit flask, and the black fellow gazed admiringly round upon the dead dingoes, and the huge wolfhound who sat there, with hackles raised and lips a little curled by reason of the proximity of the menfolk. But Finn was perfectly conscious that the Master was being helped, and he showed no inclination to interfere. He was watchful, however, and would not retreat for more than a few paces. The party had brandy and water and food in plenty with them, and it was not long before the Master was sitting up and munching soaked bread, and sipping brandy and water, while one of the men cleansed and bandaged his arms where the dingoes had torn them. Another of the men tossed a big crust of bread to Finn, and seeing the way the Wolfhound bolted this, realized that the hound was near to starving as the man. After that Finn had food and drink in modest quantities, and presently the Master called to him and placed one arm weakly over his bony shoulders, while telling the men, in as few words as might be, something of the manner in which Finn had fought for him and the origin of their relationship. Exactly a week later, Finn lay on the balcony of a country town hotel, with his nose just resting lightly on the Master's knee. The Master was still weak. He lay on a cane lounge, with one hand on Finn's shoulder. Beside him, in a basket chair, was the mistress of the kennels, and now and again her hand was passed caressingly over Finn's head. There was still a good deal of gauntness about the great Wolfhound, but he was strong as a lion now, and his dark eyes gleamed as brightly as ever through their overhanging eaves of iron-grey hair. "Well," said the Master, looking across at his companion over Finn's head, "I'm not very certain about most things. It takes some time to get used to being rich, doesn't it? I suppose we may be called rich. They say the claim is good enough for half a dozen fortunes yet, and 60-odd pounds of gem opal is no trifle of itself." As a matter of fact, the Master's swag brought him an average price of just over £20 to the ounce, or £21,250 for the lot, apart from his share in a very rich claim. One thing I am dead sure about, however, and that is that, come rain or shine, there isn't money enough in all Australia to tempt us into parting with Finn boy again. Finn boy! The Wolfhound raised his bearded muzzle and softly licked the Master's thin brown hand. It was his weakness, no doubt, that produced a kind of wetness about the man's eyes. "It's Sussex by the sea for us, Finn boy, in another month or so, and God willing that's where you shall end your days." As he responded, after his own fashion, to the Master's assurance, there was small trace in the great Wolfhound's eyes of his relationship with the wild kindred of the bush. End of Chapter 33. End of Finn the Wolfhound, by Alec John Dawson.